esoteric. I'm the something of something. You know what? When the going gets tough, I get quitting. That's my special way of being a high achiever.
Are you Lester?
Yeah.
Yay!
Because when the going gets tough, Rachel, I get quitting.
You get what?
I get quitting.
You get quitting.
When the going gets tough, some people get going.
Yeah, yeah.
I start rethinking my plan to go that direction.
Totally fucking valid. Because I do the same thing.
Like, I might be inspired to, hey, I want to climb to the top of this hill.
That happens.
I might get a few steps into this climb and realize this is getting tough. Maybe I should get going the other direction.
That happens. That's like when you went with Ruben to look at the mushrooms. Well, you actually stayed for that. You went going and you.
The going got tough, but I kept going down all the way to the mushroom just to check them out, to see what was going on. Quitting. Not quitting, Winston's mom. Quitting with 2 T's, 0 D's, and a whole lot of, that seems hard. You know, I walked all the way down to the shed down there earlier today to get a new tank of propane for my torch, because only one of my torches was operational because the other one was out of propane. And on the way back up, I thought, boy, I wish so much that I had driven a little car down there so I wouldn't have to walk back up the hill. Mostly because, here's the deal. If you want to maximize your difficulties walking up a slope, try the Tommy slippers with socks. That's really the best way to maximize that, you might call it a vector. I don't know, call it whatever you will. I want to maximize my vector. Here we go. Now I have now pulled up the live stream here on screen. I'm not exactly, I had multiple things I was considering doing that were not live streaming. But then somehow, some way, somewhere, I ended up, against my will, starting a live stream. Not sure how it happened. I'm not sure why it happened that way. I was thinking about, for example, going up to the street and, you know, putting rocks there to increase my extent to which I resonate with the character Rocky, but morally to make it so that there's less mud there. Maybe you need a poo, so you started a live stream? No, I may have more poo in me, but that's not the express reason why I started a live stream. You know, I was thinking about vacuuming. Oh, I did call my realtor. I did do that. He called me back, but I told him what I needed to know. He said he'd find out and get back to me. So I may have to briefly, very, very briefly, put you guys on hold to answer a phone call here. And that can happen. That can happen whenever it happens. Because the ball, as they say his is in his court. Subtle Mush says, play Minecraft, bro. I considered it as a possibility. Setting up an OBS stream and potentially even playing Minecraft. But it's a little bit heavy. It's a little bit heavy in its requirements for my laptop for me to stream and play Minecraft and include in the stream a video feed from, say, Google Meet, which is necessary for me to play that without getting out a microphone from the closet and my sound card and stuff. I've just been living lean computer-wise for a while now, but WM, Theory of Literature, from Aristotle to New Criticism, and it's 2243 for me now. I got a theory of literature. That sucks ass. That's my theory. More like a fact than a theory, really, but if we want to be technical, I guess we could call it a theory. Theory of literature. From Aristotle to your ass. Oh my God. Just hearing the name of that class makes me angry. Like, shut up! You college people, you're bullshit. That's what I think. What's more blue, the sky or my shirt? What's more blue, the blues or country and western music? The answer is the blues. What is more blue? The sky or the trees? The answer is the sky. What is more green? The sky or the trees? The answer is the trees. This is called Eric's Teach and Learn Symposium Emporium Choo Choo Train. I teach and learn constantly. You learn constantly so that you can teach others what you've learned here. Namely, that you suck because you're not with your twin flame. Anyway, I don't know how I ended up doing this again. Live streaming. Like, didn't I do this all morning already? I think I did. Then I went to get cigarettes. I went into town briefly to get a quart of oil as well. For my autobus, aka my car. You know, came back here, got a new tank of propane, watched one cartoon. I was like, okay, now I'm going to get down to some chores. I'm going to get some things done. I'm going to be productive. I'm going to call a realtor. And then what happened? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, as though a magician had cast a terrible spell upon me, I found myself live streaming again. Oh, that's right. I had this great idea. I forgot about my great idea for a second. I was thinking maybe I should take mushrooms today. And obviously, if I'm going to do that, might as well start streaming now, Not a lot, just a couple. Just enough to give what's all that yelling and shouting about? I hear a yelling and a shouting. So, after some consideration, I'm going with yes. Let's take a couple of mushrooms. Maybe even 3. It's been 6 days. It hasn't quite been a week. Come back once you're done reading at least once. And I'll give you a cookie. What do I have to read? Kay's book on how to be cool? I already know everything in that book, Kay. Yes, we're. What is it? A precious dandy? Yeah, I'm a precious dandy. Or am I a useless dandy? I don't remember which. Would you smoke for a Swiftie? What is a Swiftie? You mean a fan of Taylor Swift? Maybe if you're going to do that, have a sitter? Oh, I don't think you need to worry about my head. A sitter? You mean somebody to guide my trip? Don't be absurd. Do not be absurd. What do I look like? A child? I don't think so. I'm not worried about having a bad trip, you know. I'm just taking a couple of mushrooms anyway. I have to take a lot more than a few mushrooms to run the risk of that. I do feel as though, however, I need to put on something a little warmer than just this t-shirt. For example, this shirt over here by the guitar is a good alternative to just a t-shirt as far as adding a little warmth while still being inside garb.
I like that inside garb. You don't hear that very often.
No, you don't, because a lot of people, unlike me, use regular words.
I like your words.
Thanks, Rachel. Instead of clothing, I have garb. Instead of somebody getting pregnant, as far as I'm concerned, they become gravid with child.
They get what with child?
Gravid with child.
Oh, is that another old term?
Well, gravid just means bursting.
Oh.
Or blowing up with, right? Or, laden with, heavy with. So, if, in fact, you get pregnant, you become eventually gravid with child. From India is 3:22 a.m. and you're still scrolling. Well, after all of that time, you might think to yourself, Dak Shada care that, I should have gone to bed hours ago. No, you waited for just this moment because now you finally arrived here, and for the first time in your life, you're hearing pure, golden, unvarnished truth pouring directly into your eardrums from my mouth. And it's a pretty mind-changing, life-altering, consciousness-expanding event for you or anybody else. So, be glad you're a night owl in India, because that's a day owl in America. All right, so am I really going to take a couple of mushrooms? I think just maybe 2 little ones. I don't really feel like taking a lot of mushrooms. I think just, ooh-wee.
Ugh.
Ugh. You should just eat like this and this, you know. That's not much. And you're a morning person in every time zone. I seem to be too, Katie. I can't help it. I want to sleep different hours sometimes, but I just get up so early.
It's because you're a dolphin.
It's because I'm a dolphin with an early rising habit.
Yeah, they say the dolphins wake up at 6:30.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that explains everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
And like the dolphins, like energy cycles, which I feel like is kind of accurate with you. It's like this. It's like morning peak down, peak down, peak down.
That's which kind?
Dolphin.
Mm. I'm not sure about that. Lemon melon, if being a morning person likes the type or not. I do know that my mom was very much a morning person. She was Alpha Quadra. KE's identifying as a morning person. I'm a morning person. It may be an Alpha Quadra thing. I'm not really sure.
Well, my sister's ISFJ and she wakes up late.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. But she's still more routine than I am. Like, she works late into the night and then wakes up early, like late in the day.
I see. Are you doing well mentally? Who, me? Am I doing well mentally? Yeah. I seem to be doing fine. You mean mentally, like emotionally? Like, am I stressed out about stuff? Or do you mean mentally, like, do I have some sort of mental illness or what? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, you were asking Manu John. Yeah, springs are very gross.
You know what is pretty gross? Like mushrooms are gross. I like mushrooms that are like cured in like oil and salt. You know those little ones?
Yeah, I mean, I can conceive of a world in which there are lots of good tasting mushrooms, but that I've just been turned against the whole category of thing by the grossness of psilocybin.
Me too.
It doesn't matter how little the mushrooms I eat taste like that. I just hate it anyway. What do they taste like?
Oh man.
It's awful.
They're really bad. They really don't taste well good at all. It's like dirt and I thought I tried dirt, but it's like
Dirt and shit.
yeah, kind of.
It's like a dirt shit sandwich without any bread. I'll pass. I like my life in the light. Darkness is where I'm more present, says Manny John. Darkness is more metal. Light blinds me, says Manny John. Well, maybe you should stop staring directly into the light source, Manny John. If instead you use it to illuminate things you want to look at, I think you'll have a better experience with light, possibly. There's no good way to eat mushrooms, Herman Smith. The best way to take them is to crush them up and swallow them in bits, like pills, basically. But even that can be gross. And I guess I'm going to have to step it up and just down the rest of that a little bit there, or else I won't, probably won't feel much of anything. But I mean, I don't really need to feel a lot of anything. If I just have a little bit of mushroom impact, it's okay. But, alright, let me see if I can do it a little better. You want one of these cloud rollers?
Sure. You gotta go shop. Thing.
Just a spoonful of cloud toller makes the medicine go down. The medicine go up. The medicine go down. Just a spoonful of Angela Lansbury makes the medicine go down.
It's not Angela Lansbury. But you know what? I think it is now.
It might have been.
Maybe that's another
Mandela.
Yeah.
It was originally everything was Angela Lansbury. Gradually they replaced her with different actresses.
Yeah.
Shadow or a reification, dude. You mean a reflection? No, it's the absence of light that creates shadows. It's just that it's a mere existence. It doesn't universally cover everything. Shadow doesn't cover everything? What about the ground? That part went down comparatively easily. Light covers everything, and so does darkness.
Sounds like the beginning of like a Lord of the Rings movie.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've heard, Rachel, but Lao Tzu tells us that the strongest reed is that which bends with the currents of the river, not the rigid reed that just snaps in two.
Shit, I think I might be a little bit of a rigid tree.
Well, you know what else Lao Tzu says? The most rigid tree is also the most supple.
Is the most what?
It's also the most supple. You know, like the pinball wizard's wrist.
Yes, yes.
Light is something, something, something. Darkness, something, something.
Yeah, like white is all of the colors, and black is the absence of colors. They're not even white is not a color, and black isn't a color. I think they're shades.
Well, complete darkness is the temporary invalidation of your visual senses. So, you know, you're not going to be able to use your visual senses for anything in complete darkness. And sure, yeah, there are places that are completely dark, like at the bottom of a cave or something.
Yeah, like you've noticed in Minecraft.
That's true. Yeah, but also in real life. Like when I went to Santa Cruz, there was this cave you could go down called Hellhole. I just went kind of down, a little bit slanty, but some places just kind of straight down. But anyway, once you got not very far from the entrance, it was completely pitch black dark. You couldn't see a single thing. You couldn't see your finger right here, you. Unless you had lights with you, of course.
Is that freaky?
No, I didn't find it too too upsetting or anything. Some people who got to be super pedantic, we are not distinguishing light from illumination. Hi Ruben, hi Acacia.
Hi Ruben, hi Acacia.
The difference between light and illumination is light is what you point towards that which you wish to illuminate. Assuming you have a flashlight, or as the British call it, a torch.
Like a flashlight is a torch?
Yeah, British people call flashlights torches. Even though they're obviously flashlights.
They never got over
right.
Middle Ages.
Well, they never quite figured out that a different technology was at work. You know, they just thought that somebody had invented a torch which the flame shoots out sideways, you know.
Yeah.
Why would we want to sleep in a light-filled room? Maybe to prevent ghosts from bothering you.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, prevent ghosts from bothering you. Maybe because you've got on one of those eye cover things that you wear like on a plane, and you want to make it such that when you do get up, you don't have to turn on any lights. You thought about that?
I keep a light on for Capio, because I don't like it to get too hot in the day room, so I keep the blinds closed, but I keep a little lamp on for her so that if she gets up, she can see. I don't think she cares either way, but I like to be considerate. I was not so considerate this morning. I feel bad about that.
I like that we have yet another Manny John quote to include in our fortune cookie. For our fortune cookie factory.
Yeah.
Ghosts are not out there. It's in us.
Oh, I thought you were saying. See, I like this Manny John quote. The ice cream we eat is not out there. It's in us.
Well, after we've eaten it anyway. But before we've eaten it, the ice cream is out there. Like the truth. Okay? You can eat ice cream inside mouth, or you can eat dried ice cream inside mouth, or what happens if you dehydrate a glass of water? You don't end up with something left over that you can rehydrate. You just end up with a glass of nothing. What's your favorite ice cream flavor and brand, Eric's? My favorite ice cream flavor is coffee. My favorite ice cream brand is Haagen-Dazs. And my favorite ice cream parlor is Baskin Robbins. Things that are parlors. I can only really think of three. The bedding parlor, the beauty parlor, and the ice cream parlor. Can anybody else think of another parlor? Every time I think of you, the song The View by Modest Mouse comes into my head. Not with an E, with an O, okay? A parlor is a place, a tattoo parlor. Okay, fine. I'll take that. I'll go with that. How about a billiards parlor? Yes, parlor tricks is a use of the word parlor, but it's not a place that's a kind of parlor. The thing is, my grandmother, when she used to go get her hair done or whatever, she didn't go to the hairdresser, as they probably would call it nowadays. She went to the beauty parlor.
Oh.
I've got to go to the beauty parlor today, she'd say. Where is the light when we sleep? It's in our dreams. Excellent, Manu John. Excellent point.
I think dreams like really affect the way I wake up. You
Mhm.
too, right?
Well, if I remember them.
I get a general feeling of what like what kind of dream I had, and I can't remember.
Do you think that the designation of bathrooms as powder rooms dates back to the days of powdered wigs? Back in the day, the gentlemen in Congress, they had to periodically re-powder their wigs. Ah, Nicholas Watson, good one. Thank you. Funeral parlor. Yes, I
funeral
did.
parlor, yeah.
I did mention ice cream parlor. Sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. Oh, a general feeling. Sometimes I get a general feeling. It's not an expression of any specific emotion. Not happy, sad, excited, mad, whatever. It's just general emotion. I should try McConnell's coffee ice cream. I don't like the show media. I should say this. I do not like bits of coffee bean in my coffee ice cream. That is one thing I do not like. I've had that before, and I wish
Pizza parlor.
Pizza parlor, of course. Nicholas Watson, you have gotten a couple of ones that I should have gotten already, but I failed to. It's a good, it's a good Family Feud question, right? Things that are
Yes,
parlors.
yeah. That's a game that we should play sometime. Online Family Feud.
Massage parlor.
Massage parlor, yes. Oh my God, Nicholas Watson, you are the king of parlors.
You really are, and you can go ahead and put that as one of your titles. Like if you want to put that on a business card, you can put it, and we will vouch for you. Nicholas Watson is the king of parlors. Parlor originally referred to a room where monks could go to talk, derived from the Old French word parloir or parler, to speak. Watson, you are a parlor pro. Who's Watson?
Nicholas Watson.
Oh, yeah, right. I should have been able to figure that one out. But, Watson sounds almost nothing like Nicholas Watson.
I can't get over it.
Okay, now it's time to pull the bomber. I can already feel a little bit of poorly defined mushroominess. So it's making me a little bit more serotonin-y already. By the way, did you hear about Texas declaring an invasion of their territory? No, I didn't. But if you're talking about the Supreme Court ruled against states enforcing immigration per their own decisions, it was the absolutely correct ruling because there's no doubt that the borders are a matter of federal jurisdiction.
There's a parlor in Mariposa?
What kind of parlor? Well, I mean, that might just push back. Um, like, it might push the ball back into the Supreme Court's court. So that might functionally, legally serve to adequately vacate the justification for the Supreme Court's ruling. But I think the Supreme Court will revisit the issue then again and say that rule against Texas on the grounds that it's factually false that they've had their territory invaded.
Hi, Luminix.
Well, border control should not be such a contentious issue. Everybody should agree in full that the United States should have complete control over its own borders. That is to say, that the federal government should be able to prevent or allow, as per its inclination, either all people crossing the border except through designated channels or say anywhere less than that. The point is, in the status quo, we don't have adequate control over the borders. We are not successfully uh, you know, on top of the flow of persons back and forth. I had heard that Shapiro rapped something, but why the hell did Christian tattoo Blueface's face on her face? I don't know. Well, I mean, obviously, illegal immigration is not invasion by a foreign nation, not military. It's not any kind of border violation in a military sense. So it shouldn't be qualified. It shouldn't. The Supreme Court shouldn't validate that bit of legal chicanery performed by whatever states. At the same time, I get that border states are justifiably, understandably frustrated by the federal government's inability to actually control the borders, which is one of its basic jobs. Like, you know, manage the army or something. Except by cartels. Now, the thing is, I'm not anti-immigrant at all. Most people who argue in favor of the only acceptable reality, which is that we have the borders completely managed so that we can decide whether anybody gets through or not, right? Most people who are in favor of that sensible position on things, they're anti-immigrant, right? Anti-immigration. So being anti-immigration is not the same thing as being anti-immigrant. Obviously, I didn't mean to make that. I didn't mean to do what I just did, which is treat the two things as though they were the same.
Can you be anti-illegal immigration?
Well, sure, and that's, I guess, what I'm saying is that everybody should be anti-illegal immigration.
Yeah.
They may be for or against more legal immigration, but nobody should be in favor of the United States simply not having adequate control over over our borders, you know. Who's well served by that? Nobody. It's not fair to the it's not fair to those immigrants who follow the rules and try to enter the country legally. It's not fair to the states that bear a disproportionate burden of an influx of illegal immigrants. And it's not fair to the illegal immigrants themselves because making it possible for them to sneak in guarantees you're going to get a bunch of people who pursue shady ways to get into the country, get hurt, drowned, you know, deal with super shady coyote types. It's, you know, it's a nightmare. So the point is, we should have strict control over the borders so that we can then have a discussion, a policy discussion about how much immigration we want to allow, and then allow that amount. If you're in favor of immigration, then you should be in favor of having the borders fully locked down so that you can win that policy argument on being pro-immigration and make sure that the most deserving people, the people who follow the protocols and stuff and wait their turn and get granted a visa or whatever, that those people can actually enjoy the benefits of immigration. Having this argument outside the city gates, you know, like, well, if you favor a border wall, you hate immigrants. Or if you think immigrants are humans, you oppose us controlling the border at all. Those things are both wrong. The truth is, if it weren't for immigrants, I wouldn't have any grants at all. Everybody loves having grants, whether they be ex or immigrants. If they're ex-immigrants, that means they are going far away from you. Ex-immigrants. Instead of having immigrants spelled two different ways but pronounced the same, they should be called immigrants and ex-immigrants. What do you want, little squirrel? Tapping the branch. Oh, you're warning me about the cat? Thank you. I'm not really worried about the cat getting me, but I appreciate the heads up. If you want to be an immigrant, then you got to get my grants. I'm just a regular grant. I'm neither an immigrant nor an exogrant. I just live here. Was born here. Makes me a grant. Listen, we are a nation of immigrants. Except, of course, for our much esteemed First Nation Native American peoples who did not immigrate here, except from way back a long time ago. Then they did also immigrate here. You know, the people who really discovered America were the Native Americans. If they're native to America, did they really discover it, though? Stop being a colonialist pig. All right, I will stop being a colonialist pig. I've got no place I want to colonize, frankly. Where would I want to colonize? What would it even mean to colonize someplace? Unless I had ships returning laden with plunder, it's not worth the money to colonize a place, you know? And if you're plundering, then that's not even colonizing. It's just upper level Viking pillaging shit, you know? Like we really stepped up the Vikings game and turned pillaging into an industry. So yeah, the problem with both imperialism and colonialism is unless you're pillaging yourself, wagging loads of plunder, it's not cost effective. Get over it. I do have stories to tell. Can you stop that, please? Human trafficking is everything but boring. Great quote, Elaine. Could you turn it down, please?
Oh, sorry. I thought I did.
So Nicholas Watson voices sort of my perspective on the matter. Yeah, and they were killing each other, and they were conquered, and their land was taken like any other people that were conquered. Here, land's not gonna have it though. Don't start this shit with me. Not true. Most died by disease, but brought by dirty white people. Well, look. It is the case that both the white people and the Native Americans were a bunch of filthy pigs. Okay? This was before indoor plumbing, you know. Obviously, people didn't shower that much. But I don't think that the white people brought smallpox because they were dirty so much as because they were infected with smallpox. You know. And needless to say, the native peoples didn't really take to smallpox with a great deal of enthusiasm. I wouldn't have either. I would have objected to smallpox. You got to go back to learning. What do you think you're doing here, huh? Well, I didn't mean to bring up anything so controversial. I just wanted to point out that we are a nation of immigrants, except for Native Americans. Is that so bad? Go, Elaine. Study. I'll tell you all about it. And you can learn right now. Just literature, new criticism, Aristotle, what people do with stories, that's all. And now we know it's all about class and identity. The church declared hygiene as satanic, basically, at some point. We have a debt lover girl studies. Gender studies are for people that love debt. I don't think Elaine's taking gender studies. It was talking about having a class that was literary criticism, literature, Aristotle to new criticism. It's basically a lit crit class, right? Survey class. That's not gender studies. Who's Christians? I don't know who Christian is. I'm a debt lover. I'm pretty sure that nobody loves debt, okay? Just because they're willing to ignore, perhaps, debt that's piling up as they believe it's worth it for whatever reason. It doesn't mean they love the debt. Everyone has tattoos now. It's not edgy. I'll tell you what's edgy is Rachel. Rachel has 0 tattoos. That's edgy. That's rebellious. I'm missing out on a whole new ratchet world out there. I don't feel like I'm missing out on it. Not having limbs is edgy. You know, that's how you show that you're not going to live by their standards anymore. There's no department for you in Europe.
You're such a kitty cat. Oh, you want nothing to do with that song.
Drama is always the same story. It gets boring after a while. Well, is comedy also always the same story and gets boring after a while? Or do you mean interpersonal drama instead of, for example, discussing ideas in a fancy and sophisticated way like we're doing now? Hey, everybody, how do you like idea 3? It's pretty sexy, huh? We like it a lot, Eric. Idea 3, full of big words, lots of stuff. It's great. Yeah, it is. Now let's talk about idea 4. Well, it's a Monday. And I'm feeling like I'm doing a pretty good job of handling Monday, you know. Mondays don't just handle themselves, obviously. You've got to let your Monday breathe before attempting to drink it. You know, end of Sunday, into the football games means, okay, whatever it is I was putting off a little bit, now I have to get to it. But what does Monday's sense of Monday urgency almost always segue immediately into? That's right. Perhaps these urgent matters can be delayed until Tuesday. After all, nobody likes Tuesday. But you know what? I managed to attend to 1 or 2 of my things today, at least one of them. I called and asked the realtor about the septic report. And went to town, got a quart of oil, got cigarettes. I needed to do that. I looked and looked and looked for my other tire pump that I know I bought one and I had it, but no puedo encontrarlo. Means I can't find it in Spanish. The language, I might add, of the conquistadors. No puedo encontrarlo. The reason I left the garage, actually, it's pretty straightforward. It's because I feel a poop gathering within me. Now I'm going to read some checks. I found my glasses with me. Interpersonal girl. I sold her. I get you. Like I said, another course that will cause you to be in great debt, and if you're lucky, you'll find a rare job that will pay good for that. What, English literature? Yeah, well, you're not going to find me shilling for the humanities, but I will say that even people incur a lot of debt for the dumb reason of That's just depressing, Katie. I don't want to hear about shit like that. Well, that reminds me, you better get your cat some tuna for Tuna Tuesday. She's European. She doesn't have to go into debt in order to study. I mean, there's not a single person in the world who needs to go into debt to study. The only people who need to go into debt to study are people who don't seem to understand that all the information they need to learn is already available online. They don't have to pay anybody to make them go sit in a room for no reason. Okay. Americans. Nicholas Watson makes a very valid point. Remember, it is important to remember, KE, that when you remove market forces from things that, you know, comprise a service being provided by a service provider of some kind, nobody benefits from that. We all lose when we try to excise market forces from things, with a few exceptions. Oh, itchy foot. My foot is very itchy. Okay, so this poo I'm feeling, well, I guess you might be perfectly reasonable to ask me, how ready is that poo, Eric? Is it really that ready? You're catching on to some hints I'm dropping apparently with my body language. The answer is no. It's still at least somewhat wishful thinking. But the urine I need to pee out is very, very real. And I would love for the timing of my poo and my urine to coincide so that I could just go to the bathroom one time and accomplish two things in one sitting. But what am I? Some kind of Superman? No, I'm not. I can't expect from myself to just pee and poo on command, regardless of what my body says. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What a good kitty. Da-da-da. And da-da-da. And da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ah. Well, one thing, in the absence of anything else compelling to attend to, I could do a little vacuuming. I don't want to do a lot of vacuuming, but did you really benefit from your free education, KE? I mean, outside of, say, grammar school, how many of your classes do you feel as though you genuinely benefited from? And a second follow-up question, how much of the total number of things that you've learned do you believe you learned in the class versus having taught yourself? Okay, well, KE, then you must not have attempted to teach yourself anything, and that's fine. If you don't want to attempt to teach yourself anything, then you might successfully make it through a bunch of classes unaware that you could have learned all that material in a fraction of the time just researching it yourself. You could excise the parts that aren't useful because in an ideal world, every educational act would be driven by student need to learn something specific for a specific reason. in the absence of that, you know, there certainly are people out there who they just, they don't want to have to think about their own education at all. They just want to go through some classes, get a degree, and not really know what they learned or why, right? And that's fine. If you had that attitude towards it, fine. If you're trying to tell me that that was an efficient way for you to learn shit, you are lying. You are lying your fucking ass off. But in honor of your delicate sensibilities, Ke, I am leaving you outside the bathroom right now. Who's a big liar? Kay's a big liar. She says that school is cool. Everybody knows that school sucks ass. That's how you know she's a liar. What do you think about that, Ke? Everybody knows that school sucks ass. If you're pretending otherwise, just knock it off right now. Nobody's going to believe a word you say after school doesn't suck ass. Yes, it does, and we all know it. Okay? We all know well just how much ass school sucks. Almost all of us have had to go to school, And none of us, if our current selves could individuate an education program for our childhood selves, not a single one of us would say, just send me to school. At school, everyone should agree with this, sucks ass. You got a bunch of idiot teachers, each in their little fiefdom, doing what they understand to be what the students need to hear or learn or something. You get all kinds of purported education. It's really just politics masquerading as education. Ideology masquerading as education. You get all these disciplines that are super concerned about critiquing through the right frame, so much so that they functionally make all meaningful critique impossible within the context of those disciplines. Sure, you've got some sciencey things that aren't stupid and pointless like the humanities, but even those things, you're almost always going to be more well served to learn it independently if your goal is to actually gain the knowledge of that thing. If you've got some unrelated or related even career goal, then that's what the problem is, right? It's like now you have to educate yourself less efficiently, less purposefully in order to attain an otherwise entirely pointless proof that you've learned the thing that you should be assessed directly on anyway. So I guess I get it for medical doctors, like, all right, medical doctors, you need to learn a bunch of shit. Fine. Go to college. Maybe like genetic engineering.
Doctors and nurses, they don't actually really start learning until they go into their, what do you call it?
Residency?
Yeah, the residency.
Yeah, well, that's the case for a lot of professions. Like, you can go to teaching credential school and and you won't learn a goddamn thing until you start student teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not assuming anything about your experience, Katie. I'm just telling you that if you say that was the most efficient way for you to learn any specific sets of knowledge or skill sets that you have currently that you think were worth attaining, you are lying. That was definitely not the most efficient way to learn that. You have to travel to some sort of school setting and sit in a room with a bunch of other people who aren't sure why they're taking this class? Obviously not. To have like college with a bunch of um, general ed requirements that don't even, that just basically interfere with your ability to direct your own education, that's a good idea? Obviously not. So if in fact you weren't taking those kind of classes in that kind of context, in other words, you weren't really taking classes at school, you had successfully individuated your own education, well, then obviously you're not subject to that kind of critique, and you shouldn't try to defend school. Because what you're defending is not school, what you're defending is Kay's ability to individuate her own education plan. So I don't need to know any specific details to be able to state all those general things, right? It's definitely the case that that's not the most efficient way to learn something. And there's this absolutely unnecessary requirement in college that you take these classes and things that don't have anything to do with what you do want to learn. Well, I don't know if that's why she enjoyed school or not. Rachel says, I always say I learned how to socialize in college. I did not learn how to do that in college and felt like a big social failure, much more so after college than I did before college. Because I wasn't, I was pretty socially successful in high school. And again when I got back from college, but I had kind of a rough time of it in college. Maybe it taught me the consequences of my social failings more. I mean, I learned various hard lessons in college, I guess. Not much that I recall worth learning in class, though. Maybe that's on me. I took a dumb major. But it's like school needs to match the pace of my enthusiasm. If I'm feeling enthusiastic about the subject, teach it to me continually until I run out of steam on it. Then expect me to ignore it for weeks. No, it's just the plastic on this thing I'm going to just with. Hard to believe you were bad at socializing. What were your difficulties? I had difficulty in making friends, meeting people, finding people who wanted to hang out with me. I eventually did make some friends, but it was difficult. I agree, Carlos, and that's not the part of math I'm talking about. It's the least enjoyable for me. But algebra and number theory, etc., crafting good demonstrations is much better when you can actually talk about it with a group. Well, it is the case that, or KE and I both, that we will, or KE and me both, we will perform better when there's an FE consideration. Like, we'll perform better if we know there's going to be an audience, somebody watching us or whatever, or there are going to be social consequences for failing to do the thing. But the point is, if you genuinely want to learn something, then those things are non-issues. You're not having to force yourself to go to class at a certain schedule or whatever. You just are trying to understand, if trying to teach it to yourself, you can't figure it out still, and you have plenty of other internet resources you can access. There's no reason to go to school. You know what they say? Not school rules and school drools. And they're right about that. All right. Well, if it's a self-discipline management thing, that's fine. I get it. I get the self-discipline management thing, but I mean, I just really feel as though I can manage my self-discipline issues best by rolling with the momentum when I'm enthusiastic about something. There are very few subjects in which um, engagement with the students in the class about the subject is helpful at all. That makes sense, Katie, what you're saying. Um, that you need to have some people watching for you to stick with something. That's perfectly consistent with FE third slot. Nothing wrong with that. But even so, we ought not affirm school at all. We ought to say, even if we're going to agree conceptually that some form of school, somewhat similar to the status quo, should exist, it would have to be entirely reformulated. It's like the fact that it was tolerable for you does not make it acceptable in terms of its quality levels, architecture, or anything like that. School, for school to meaningfully engage in its current paradigm, it needs to be zero sum competitive, right? Every assignment, every student needs to be ranked from first to last place. It needs to be publicly posted everywhere. Full transparency of everything. Teachers, same deal, right? If you're gonna educate in the current paradigm, if you're gonna instead individuate education is optimal, well then you have to fully empower the students and parents in making uh, like a la carte choices, right? And not pursue this standardized education protocol that comprises our status quo paradigm. You're doing everyone a great disservice by saying anything positive about school at all. It's the cesspool left behind after committees full of morons decided on educational architecture for reasons unrelated to successfully educating people. Without any even meaningful definition of what that looks like. Obviously, they can't generate some sort of fucking standard curriculum that's good for anybody, let alone everybody. It's like the serious ones go, oh, let's make it harder, which really means broader and less deep. The less serious ones go, let's make sure not to hurt anyone's feelings. You know what? Both you fucks, fuck off. Stop forcing children to go to prison youth camp. How about that, you know?
I used to, oh, getting me to go to school. Like, I remember my parents telling me, and I remember it myself too, how it was so hard to get me to wake up and want to go to school. Like, I fought it almost like every day, even as a young kid. Even when it was just, what is it called? Before primary school, before, grammar school, preschool. I didn't want to go then either. Like, I didn't like it. I just didn't like school. I like kindergarten. I had a ISFJ like great like kindergarten teacher. She was all about creatively expressing yourself and she understood. I think she was ISFJ. I'm not sure, but she understood each kid as an individual, and was so loving. My God.
Well, I mean, for everybody who learns socialization in school, there are just as many people who are badly traumatized by being forced into social situations where they are mistreated and being forced to stay in those situations. I mean, just the fact that they're being forced to be there at all is
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
unacceptable mistreatment.
Yeah. Really, I hated it.
It's not something we do to any other population except for prisoners who forfeited their rights because they committed crimes.
Yeah.
So I don't know what makes society think it's okay to do that to children.
At one point, it made sense, right? Like in so 18. I think of like school starting around like the 1800s for something. For some reason, you like see a schoolhouse and like kids with like maybe 3 books in a leather bound thing
Sure,
and
it made sense in a community of farmers.
Exactly.
Where the farmers are like, hey, I want my kids to have options other than just farming.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, that's not the society we live in now at all.
No.
How do people homeschool their kids then? It must be legal. It is legal. But, you have to jump through some hoops in order to be permitted to do it. And, no, KE. Now, granted, you're younger than me, so your school years were probably different than mine. But as a matter of fact, at no point in adulthood have I ever witnessed adults treating other adults with the cruelty and brutality that children treat other children.
Oh my God, that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to school, because the kids were pretty mean.
Right. So, in fact, if you can escape that brutality of childhood, um, at least, at least earn the brutality you incur by having it be your choice, then you get into adulthood, you'll be pretty much fine because adults aren't filthy little animals like children are.
Ke, it's interesting. My cousin homeschools her 2 children, and I don't think it's child abuse at all. But I do think that they're strange kids, like, and that school or some sort of socialization thing, like they do. Like my one second cousin, like, what her one kid is into sports, so he'll be good at that. But like, other than that, it's like I don't know. I just think that they need to have friends.
It's funny that you say homeschooling your kids is akin to child abuse because it's isolating your kids from the world. You have so normalized youth prison camp that you can't even conceive of a world in which children engage with other children except behind its iron walls and razor wire. That's the crazy thing, Ke, is that that's how much you've internalized this bullshit.
But Ke, did you have like a very positive experience in school? Because that would make sense. If you're an ENTP and your experience in school was good, your your fourth SI is going to be like, oh, most of
I like
yeah,
school.
yeah, and everyone must like school. Everyone must have a good experience, but I think predominantly most kids didn't.
Okay, Ruben makes a good point. To be fair, there are plenty of filthy animals among adults too. The key difference is you don't have to stay in the same room with them, right? Unlike school, where it doesn't matter how awfully this person treats you, you have to sit near them all day long.
Well, that a work environment can be like that, you know.
Except at a work environment, first of all, they're paying you to be there. Second of all, you can quit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
third of all, you
Yeah.
can always complain to human
HR,
resources.
yeah.
If you're suffering from a hostile work environment, your employer is incurring shit tons of liability. Who do I get to sue if I'm a child who's being subjected to a hostile work environment at school? Nobody.
No,
I mean, that's assuming the level of challenge is correct for UKE. When people are challenged the right amount of challenge, they overcome those challenges and succeed, right? So you're imagining a world where for for a child who's not necessarily the most socially deft, that it's just the right amount of challenge that causes them to gain the ability to navigate people. In reality, we all know that students who are not socially capable are instead traumatized into their shells forever. The idea that somehow that's good for them is fucking insane. I mean, yeah, we got to deal with people all our adult life, but guess what? We aren't forced to deal with people we absolutely don't want to deal with. You know, even if it's we have plenty of situations where we have limited flexibility, we're not completely without power. We can quit, you know. They can't force us to stay there without being guilty of kidnapping / wrongful imprisonment. Unlike school,
school's terrible. Oh my god.
NHH university was a complete waste of resources.
I mean, it was basically a complete waste of resources for me too. Like I said, like I just learned, like people invited me to parties and stuff, and that's like.
And then you ended up getting a job that didn't require a college degree anyway, right? Or you worked at a restaurant or something?
I worked at a restaurant, and then I got a job in human resources because of my degree, but me and human resources did not gel, so.
Right.
But yeah, I went to, right. I I went right back to working at a restaurant. I've had most success actually working in restaurants, and it's never been because of my degree. That's for sure.
The thing is, I needed a degree to get the various jobs I had out of college, but
yeah, they like seeing it.
I mean, well, they require it as a prerequisite to applying for that job,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But did I need a degree for any reason other than to meet that prerequisite? No. Or did it?
No.
Did it have anything whatsoever to do with the work I did? No.
No, in fact, whenever I applied to like a restaurant, they really wanted my experience. They, me going to college was nice. That they saw that I had a bachelor's degree. It was nice, but they really, really cared about experience.
Jamaica, Neil, hello. And that's how it is for every real kind of work that matters at all. Is the only thing that matters is your competency at the work, your skill sets, and not anything at all to do with your BA or credentials or whatever. Well, I feel sorry for you guys for having such crappy experiences. I am not critiquing my experience, right? I am not complaining because school didn't, it's certainly like K through 12, didn't successfully hit that sweet spot of challenge for me, KE. I emerged from it relatively unscathed. I'm I'm arguing on behalf of the myriad people who don't end up somewhere in a fair area, but instead are unfairly overly empowered too young and then have a shitty adulthood accordingly, unfairly and overly disempowered too young and have a shitty adulthood accordingly. Those are the people we need to worry about, not me.
We gotta kind of like worry about everyone. I mean, I had a decent so my freshman and sophomore year in college were fucking so rough. I was so sad. But then I moved off campus my junior and senior year and it got a lot easier. It's just like
I have a very similar story.
really.
Yeah, I mean, you could, except, yeah, you could say that exact same story. My first
Yeah.
year was very depressing. Second year was
man.
also very sad.
Yeah, I almost considered moving back home and going to a college near home, and that's desperation for me to say that I wanted to move back home. I wanted to move away from home ASAP. Like so school was rough, and it didn't do anything to me personally. I wasn't a target. I just had a very difficult experience, and I even had trouble with teachers. I was in an art program for my freshman year, and like I just did not drive with some of the teachers, and I didn't meet the expectations of what you needed to do to be in art school either. In art school, once you get assigned a project, you work on that project the first day. Maybe you muse about it the first day, and then the second day start working on it. But I wasn't ready for that. Like
I mean, KE, the thing about this living around people is a muscle you need to train. It is not necessarily the case that you have to anticipate that your adult life, no matter how professionally successful you are, is going to engage a lot of certainly in person interpersonal engagement. Weren't you saying earlier how people you work with are all different time zones all around the world?
CKE, you're not alone. Elaine plays it. School. I never wanted to get a job. Or the job that I thought that I wanted, I idealized, and until I was in it, I was like, oh shit. There's a lot of TE involved in human resources.
Well, KE, it's true as a 12-year-old, you don't have many ways to be routinely around kids your age, provided all the rest of them are locked in youth prison camp. You know, if we set all the kids loose from youth prison camp, gosh, I wouldn't be shocked if those kids found ways to interact with one another without our explicitly forcing them to sit in a boring place for many hours.
Yeah, you had neighborhood friends, and your mom, my mom introduced me to neighborhood friends, and I had friends despite.
Yeah, and what's all this socializing supposed to be happening in school anyway? They're supposed to be in their classrooms for almost the whole time, and the teachers want them to be silent, not socializing.
It's true.
So
Grammar school is tough.
it's well, it gets them accustomed to doing work that's pointless. It's just practice work. And following instructions they don't understand the purpose of. The Mr. Miyagi style of education, you just mop the floor. You'll learn what you learn later. Um, it's just an absolute nightmare.
So do you think that the social landscape is different now because of The internet?
Well, I mean, it's definitely the case that the internet has made school entirely deprecated technology, KE. It's like, look at us. We're all hanging out here together right now. And guess what? We were able to figure out by ourselves who we wanted to hang out with, where we wanted to hang out with, what kind of hanging out we wanted to do.
And even what kind of people we want in the stream, too.
We were naturally able to find each other as a group of people that we enjoy the company of each other or whatever without any adults telling us what to do.
Kids could be so mean. Grammar school was really rough for me. I was very shy and like people picked on me a lot. Kids were really mean. I have like a weird sense of like who I am just in general. So like to have like such negative stuff like told about me, it was like I just internalized it.
Yeah. I mean, well, what else is the kid gonna do? What's the little kid gonna do, you know?
Yeah.
Some
I
of,
had
the, some of
friends.
the worst treatment we face in our lives, we face as children, which
Yeah.
is horrible.
But I did have friends, and my mom introduced me to them, and we just gelled. You know, like we stayed friends because like we chose each other.
So, KE, you say you wouldn't call this a very good social exercise. So, what you're talking about is forcing people to socialize through things that they find difficult to socialize with is good because life forces you to socialize through things you find difficult to socialize with. That's just further fucking insanity. You might say this is not a good social exercise because, in other words, you're accepted for who you are, and you're not judged for being who you are. So therefore, it's not an exercise enough for you. Well, talk about having the wrong priorities. You don't need to learn to deal with more suck in life. You need to experience less of it.
Yeah. And a lot of people homeschool their kids now because of like the school shootings and stuff. So, homeschooling is gonna go up because of that.
Silver lining, I guess. It is not the case that anybody in the world needs to needs to toughen up and learn how to deal with more suck. Like there may be one or two people, like I don't know, somebody incredibly super entitled, maybe.
Like Donald Trump.
Maybe him, but the fact is, for everybody who has even a hint of human sensitivity, intuition, or whatever, um, the problem is not that life's allowed you to be too wimpy. It's that life hasn't allowed you to be tough, you know? Toughness comes from being empowered and affirmed for who you are. It doesn't come from having to fight through a bunch of shit that is difficult to fight through. Certain kind of training works like that, like endurance training or something, physical endurance training. But that metaphor does not carry over to other things at all. Certainly not your expectations and habits of being in the world. We don't need to make sure you experience enough suck for being you. That'll happen just fine. Don't worry about it. KE right now is saying, Eric, you're straw manning me. No, not really. You're dissembling around the a straw man which comprises your actual man. There's no way to defend the indefensible without dithering and squilly squallying. That's what you're doing. You're squilly squallying. Why you gotta squilly my squally? Why you gotta squally my squall? Why you gotta squilly my squally? What do you think that you know? Stop trying to squilly my squally. If you really like school, you shut your mouth and sit down and listen to me. Like you did in school. What, you don't want to do that, Kay? Hey, shut up. I'm the teacher here, Kay. You sit down, you shut up, and you take notes. I don't want to hear a peep out of you, chatty pants, or you're going straight to the vice principal. If you really like school, then obey that. Just like you loved obeying it so much when you were in school. And if you don't want to obey that, then why do you think it's good for poor little children to have to obey that? It's like, it's not acceptable for me, a full grown adult lady, to have to put up with that shit. But it's fine to subject children to it. Oh, and you're the one talking about homeschooling being abusive, huh? You have your head so far up your ass on this subject, I don't even know how to begin extracting it without getting poo on all the instruments we use to get your head out of your ass. And I just have to throw them away because there's no point in sterilizing and reusing those things. You got your poo all over them. You hear that bird? It's saying, Kay definitely has her head up her ass on this subject. That's what it's saying. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, to translate. Exactly, Eric, that is exactly what I was saying about Kay and where her head is on this subject, namely up her ass. Even the birds agree with me, Kay. The birds are singing. Listen to it. It just cannot help but seconding my motion. Okay, I hear it's seconded. You're a big advocate in favor of my proposition as well. Oh boy, I really must have triggered some anger in this bird. This bird must have had a bad school experience. Oh, wait, that's right. You don't have to have a bad school experience to recognize how abjectly and objectively shitty school is. Anyhow, enough teasing, Kay. Kay, you're welcome to love school as much as you want. You know, I'm going to embroider you a big pink heart and white cursive writing in the middle.
He like remind me of
What?
Rick and that other like planet dude that he like always fights with. You know who I'm talking about?
I'm not sure who you're talking about, but
He like lives on another.
Oh, like he was a god of some kind?
Not a god, but he's like, yeah, like the ruler of that planet, and Rick disrespects him like all the time, and so like the guy like disrespects him back, and they like get into like
A big
tussles.
fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, if in fact, KE, we wanted school to teach children how to navigate systems, why wouldn't we teach it directly? Why would we expect them to pick that up by creating a difficult, incomprehensible, illogical system for them to navigate?
If the kid wants to learn that, fine. But
It's so much well, he'll either swim or drown school of parenting slash societying our children. You know, you throw them in school and they either figure it out or get irrevocably traumatized. You know, that's fair is fair.
yeah.
No, that's not fair at all.
Social media.
Right. And you don't need to learn to be abused and disempowered in order to navigate social systems that at least explicitly countervalue that state of affairs and that you will never again encounter in life except in school. You will never again encounter such an unfair experience at school unless you go to jail. And then it's fair because you did something, you know.
I hate it.
You didn't incur this consequence for no goddamn reason except being young.
And like, what if you have like no friends in the classroom? Like, I was lucky if I had one like good friend. Oh.
Right. I mean, there are myriad such stories, Rachel. And the thing is,
Yeah.
given the internet, school is fully deprecated. Children can find communities of people that they want to hang out with online. They can play with neighborhood children like I did when I was a kid. We had other kids in the neighborhood to play with. You allow kids to figure out a little bit more of what they're going to do with their own time, provide them some guidance about what they want to learn, why they might want to learn, and allow them to start doing real work with what they learn right away instead of making them wait until for fucking like 18 years before all this learning they've been doing allows them to do the first instance of actual work that's not practice work. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
I would want my kid to like come to me too, like if they were having like social problems.
Right, but what solution can you provide? I was at the Rebay Middle School as a teacher in the middle school when Delilah was having social problems, and all I could provide was a safe haven during lunch and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm.
What's the answer? Well, she shouldn't have been at that kind of a school. It shouldn't have, that whole model of thing is just deprecated, right? Forcing children to go march from room to room all day long.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's categorically insane. Yeah, school's not a microcosm of society. School's the last holdover of authoritarian aristocracy in which it's modeled after a Europe populated by small fiefdoms, each with a lord who does whatever the fuck they want, and a bunch of serfs who have no power. It's the most appalling, like, farcical pantomime of society imaginable. Teaching you to navigate that system. It's like, well, fine if it's 1200 AD and you're in southern France, I guess, and a member of the nobility, maybe. I don't know. Generally speaking, you don't need to teach serfs to be serfs. You just don't let them be free people. Well, I agree that people have been shitty throughout human history. And I agree that school, as we currently have it, is a relatively new phenomenon. So the fact that school represents a relatively new form of institutionalized shittiness that is fundamentally rights violating, oppressive, and produces innumerable instances of horrible trauma on our most vulnerable population is not an argument in favor of it. Obviously. You're just grasping at your proverbial straws. You only got one warrant, which is socialization, and even a moment's glance at that warrant can conveys to us clearly that no sane person would teach socialization like that, or would attempt to socialize their children like that. No loving parent would say, I'm going to willfully and purposely put my child into these traumatizing situations so that they can grow a pair. I mean, it's ridiculous. Well, I guess normally that sound means that guy who walks his dog by driving his little car around and the dog follows him, that he's nearing one of the driveways, but I don't think that's exactly the right sound. So I think it's the sound of something else. Maybe somebody's doing some yard work of some kind. The neighbors, maybe. It does appear to be some kind of yard work sound from the neighbors. I don't know what kind of yard work, but maybe like a leaf blower. Maybe like like an air pump, like a gasoline powered air pump, maybe. Like maybe a lawnmower that's not currently engaged. I don't know what that sound would be for. Yeah, it's more like a lawnmower sound, really. A gas-powered weed whacker would have a higher pitch. A leaf blower would be louder. Probably a lawnmower. They don't have any lawns, so I don't know what they could possibly be mowing with their lawnmower. All right, Katie, sleep well. Dream of school. I want you to be locked in school for all of your dreams. Okay, well, I'm feeling fairly mushroomy. Yeah, I kind of. Okay. You wish you could go back to that comfort of a campus with the libraries and the slow pace. Yeah, well.
God.
That just sounds like you want to go to young adult camp, not that you want to go to, you want to learn things.
Yeah.
Some people have a lot of fun at young adult camp, but
I found out I didn't.
I didn't.
Oh.
Yeah. Rachel and I have a lot in common.
Yeah, we do. I was a librarian, KE. It was not my job. It was not the job for me.
You're like one of those sorority girls explaining to the losers, you guys just don't get school. It's the point is to be popular and loved by everybody. You're doing it wrong. Like, check your effing privilege already. Jeez. You don't hear me say that a whole hell of a lot, but in this instance, I'm going to have to bust it out. It's a camp side of learning. Well, okay, E. Obviously, you were more naturally popular than me. Or Rachel.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to be an ESFP. No offense to ESFPs, but like, I just want to be me and not criticized for it. You know?
Alright, you be you, darling. I don't have any criticism for you.
Thanks. I don't have any for you either.
If you're looking for a performance review, I don't have any feedback for you.
Thank you.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't have any feedback for you either.
Thanks, darling.
I'm happy with the way that you have fun.
Are you satisfied with how much I'm sticking to my plan of goal?
Your goal?
My plan of goal.
Well, I need a refresher on
G, goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. How goal oriented do you think I am on a scale of 1 to goal?
I think you're pretty goal oriented.
Like maybe a 2? A 3?
3. I'll give you 3 because you get paperwork done when you need to. And you fix the dryer.
And I was so on top of this PayPal payment I got earlier. I was like, bam. Thank you for purchasing television. What day of time do you want? Bam.
3. You definitely deserve that 3.
Yeah. You got teachers who love me and actually open up new horizons for me. Well, okay, I will concede this point to you. Obviously, if I'm your teacher, then education is amazing. But there aren't very many good teachers out
No.
there. The thing is, the only reason that education is amazing if I'm your teacher is because I refuse to teach you unless I actually have something to teach you. Like, unless I know why I'm doing this, what the desired outcome is, how to get from A to B, I'm not going to waste your or my time. Despite what Chawa seems to think.
Oh my gosh, I have to catch my breath.
If I was some kind of like, let's milk people for as much money as possible, I could tell Chawa I've got endless amounts of teaching to do to the children. She'd scramble around trying to make time for me to go over whatever nonsense I wanted to go over with them and pay me for the privilege of having me do that. But I'm not a shyster like that. I believe if I'm going to educate your kids for an hour, they should get at least 61 minutes worth of learning. I don't always fulfill that. Sometimes I just end up arguing with them the whole time. Or yelling at them for not approaching the question of what we're addressing here through the right frame. You know, oh, you want me to help your son write an essay? Fine. It needs to begin with, dear school, you suck so much ass. And then, you know, Chawa's always like, oh, can we moderate this a little bit? Like, there's no nice way to tell school that it sucks the most ass of anything ever. You can't kindly explain to your teacher that she needs to go fuck herself for her bullshit. There's There's no good way to say, hell no, you will not cross this boundary. If you do, you will incur my fucking wrath. There's no like friendly way to say that, okay? My science teacher refused to concede that fleas jump. Like, these are the sort of things that happen in school, right? If you're correct and the teacher's wrong about something.
You know, I was just thinking about, and I didn't learn this in school. I think there's two kind of people in life. When the bag of chips gets low, they either fold it down till it's like airtight, or cut the bag shorter so that there's less folding.
Those are two perspectives. Or then there's the racial type, which is until I busted her chops, we just leave the bag open.
I think you did that on accident.
You did that on accident?
Yeah, because like that's so not like me.
Okay, all right. Fine,
but I definitely heard you. Like
yeah, you know, I remember the driving ed teacher teaching us. This was one of the more useful things I learned in high school, though I never actually used it. If you get pulled over for drunk driving, don't take the breathalyzer. Make them take your blood at the police station because you'll have time to sober up between now and then. If it's borderline, you might get away with it. That's what our driver's ed teacher taught me in high school. Now that's a good driver's ed teacher, right? He's really telling you things, telling a class of 15-year-olds something they very much need to know.
Mm-hmm. I wish I knew that.
Of course, that was presuming, of course, that nobody had any drugs in their system other than alcohol. If you have any drugs in your system other than alcohol, that's a terrible idea.
I think I didn't. I think I was just super wasted.
Probably wouldn't have made any difference in it either.
Yeah.
Either way. You gotta kind of be
You
borderline.
have to be on the borderline.
Yeah.
Have like a drink or two or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a history teacher, I guess he was, who was just a drunk. He'd say, all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom now. We'll leave during middle of class to go to the bathroom and come back. And, like he'd leave also during the middle of tests on purpose so that we could cheat because he didn't want to have to deal with giving people bad grades. And all of his tests were Xeroxed, like multiple choice tests from like 20 years ago that he was still using. You know, I remember in health class, the one thing I remember from health class was a video or it wasn't a video, it was a film. We still had film projectors that they'd bust out sometimes, or the older media that they still had, you know. They had VHS, but they still had the film projectors because it's still school equipment. They still had the old films from before they switched over. So in this instance, I believe it was a film about cold water safety produced by the Canadian Bureau of Wilderness Safety, shown to a bunch of high school students in Arcadia, California, where there is no water anywhere near us. Okay? And the only reason I remember the film is because I remember the song from it at the end, which my friends and I thought were funny, or maybe just me. I don't even remember if anybody was in the class with me, but was cold water, it's a watery grave. That's education. Well, I guess I better not go into cold water. And even if they wanted to educate me about cold water, do I really need an entire film about it? You have to just say, oh, by the way, don't go in very cold water. You might become hypothermic. But it's like, let's say I were to go in very cold water, either I've fallen out of a boat or something, or more likely, I decided to go swimming at the lake or something. If I'm gonna realize, oh, it's very cold. I'm gonna get out of the water. I don't need a film to tell me to do that. Yeah. Try to stay between like 70 degrees and like, I don't know, 120 degrees. Just try to stay in there somewhere. Thanks, teachers. And I bet you that teacher that you say was hot as fuck and just happened to be absent-minded enough to show her panties all the time. I bet it wasn't absent-minded that she was doing it on purpose. Chicks tend to be hyper aware of when parts of themselves or parts of their clothing are showing. They don't accidentally show off their underwear. Especially, maybe it's like, it was like this old middle-aged like teacher lady who's like, hypotenuse, and she's like scratching around. Okay, maybe that's by accident, but no. Not your super hot teacher who's dressing skimpily and is absent-minded enough to show you her panties. No. She was getting off on that for whatever reason. No, I'm going to the garage. I was going to go outside to smoke a cigarette, but then I remembered I think someone's mowing something outside.
I'm gonna follow you.
Okay, sounds good. Do you remember where the garage is? Okay, because if I lose you, I'm saying since you're following me. Should I text you directions? Well, it only smells a little bit like cat shit in here. Not so bad.
I didn't notice it.
Just a little bit more like cat shit than outside. Not a lot more.
The owl's doing good.
Oh, the aloe. I thought you said the owl.
Mm-hmm.
The owl is doing good? What are you talking about? No, the aloe is doing good. Yeah, it is. It's doing well. It's.
To repot it.
I know. I needed to repot it since we bought it.
I don't mean to make you feel bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't feel bad per se so much as. Oh yeah, I should do that. Thanks for thinking of dumb alternate approaches. Maybe instead of buying soil, I could get some wood and some clay. You mix it all. Just buy some fucking potting soil, you tard. Oh, my dad was always telling me, stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Oh, you want this to roll, huh? All right. let's first of all let's eliminate the obvious way, because that's boring. We're gonna try to get this to roll without roundness. There are ways to get things to roll or at least move without roundness, like skis, for example. They're not reliant on spinning on an axis to move you down the hill. Of course, they do take advantage of a little force that a little someone named Newton liked to call gravity.
Fig Newton?
Yeah, he also was the inventor of fig.
I wish that were true.
Though mostly known for the fig Newton, Isaac Newton also did a couple of lesser works, such as inventing calculus and coming up with gravity.
I didn't know about calculus.
Yeah, he invented calculus.
Oh.
Of course, you don't really invent a new math so much as you assign whatever arbitrary symbols or whatever to vectors that you can intuitively determine mathematical relationships between that weren't described theretofore. So you don't really create calculus, right? You just intuit and lay out how what was heretofore an irreducibly complex dynamic system into certain isolated elements of it that are not irreducibly complex, and you can figure out the math of their dynamics. And that's what calculus is, basically. The math of objects in motion.
Oh.
Whereas, like, arithmetic is the math of static objects. The only variable we care about is their distinct objects in space. And then you get into shit with units and stuff, and then you're talking about measuring in 3 dimensions. So you're all the things about static objects in every dimension, plus all the things mathematically, conceptually derived from that, like fractions, square roots, stuff like that.
Fractions always was a problem for me.
Yeah, well, that's because in real life, you never really see 3/4 of anything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You always see the whole thing or just a broken one of those things. It's like, let's say I were to chop off the top quarter of our mailbox, posted mailbox. I wouldn't have 3/4 of a mailbox. I'd have a job to do.
That's facts.
I have a job to do right now called put rocks. A rock put 2024. There was a rock put 2023. I don't know if you remember it last year, Rachel. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course I do.
We already had a rock put.
Yeah, with like a lot of big rocks, and it solved the problem for a while.
Well, was maybe covered over, whitewashed the problem briefly, because obviously we've got just as much mud as we had before, despite my rock put.
I know.
So, but this time I got serious about rock put, right? Last time I did rock put, I just gathered rocks from around the street. I went out to the wilderness and got all of these rocks to put. That's a lot of rocks to put. And, of course, just in case it snowed while I was out there, I brought my snowshoes. No, I didn't bring those with me. You never know, right? It may be bright and sunny right now.
It's gonna be snowy, they say. Well, I don't know, honestly.
But by the time I drive back to my house from the wilderness, it should be snowing. Alright, snowshoes. There's your permanent home I'm sure you will never come out again. Although they might, you know. Next time if we get a good blanket of snow now, I'm feeling inspired to bust out the snowshoes. You know,
Yeah, they're adjustable sizes. So
they're high quality. Looks to be.
that's good. She'll get a kick out of us using them.
At the very least, I can say they look a lot more effective than snowshoes I've seen people make on, say, Naked and Afraid, out of sticks and stuff.
That's good.
I think these snowshoes are gonna beat those by a lot.
I can't wait. Well, that'd be fun to go snowshoeing.
I like
We
it.
might need.
Go ahead.
Sorry. We might need Britney Spears like things.
Yeah, we will definitely need those after we go snowshoeing.
Yeah.
Well, that's assuming we snowshoe for more than 15 minutes, which seems unlikely, knowing us. I was gonna see how. I liked how KE was, when presented with some traumatizing reality, she just present how she dealt with it as a as sort of a, oh, this is what it teaches you. That's what it taught you, KE. Yeah. I'm not sure we can reliably expect that to generalize. Elaine loves rocks. Albert Einstein, do I read comments? I read comments like you wouldn't believe. Batshit crazy. I don't smoke in the house. I smoke cigarettes outside or in the garage. In this particular instance, we were in the garage.
In the garage.
We do smoke weed in the house, but that's because there's a reason not to smoke cigarettes in the house. It's very straightforward. It makes the whole house smell all stale and gross, or whatever space you're smoking in.
Yeah.
But weed doesn't seem to have that impact.
No.
It sort of slightly smells like weed when you smoke a lot of weed in the house. Maybe if you just smoked a bowl or something, but it doesn't really seem to stick around to the stinky thing. Let's see. Albert Einstein, anything prior to what I read there from you? No, I don't think so. KP Clips, hello, fellows. Hey, fellows, says KP Clips. Hello, fellow, say I. Albert Einstein, do you think Newton was a fraud? Do you think Tesla was just a TE ass? Russian formalism, here we go. What do you mean nobody cares? But I care. Good for you, Elaine. I care too, therefore. I want you to have a fun time in your Russian formalism class. I don't know what formal form they're going to form their Russian into, but I'm sure it's wonderful. The sexiest form? In Russia, that's a ballerina in a tortured contortion of body on her tiptoes with blood dripping from her feet. That's the Russian ideal of beauty. Carlos Paiva says Tesla greater than Einstein. Well, I think it's fine to say, Carlos Paiva, that Tesla was smarter than Einstein. I would tend to agree with that. I think that Einstein represents the boxer fielded by the INTPs, and Tesla represents the boxer fielded by the INTJs. I think the INTJs win that fight, but that's because I can understand Einstein a lot better because I'm an NTP. So it doesn't seem as impressive to be his kind of genius to me. You know, I think you're most impressed by forms of genius you least understand, but are still capable of recognizing as genius. So, You can see that in my being very impressed by NI in music. I can understand it, but like I can recognize it, but it's foreign enough for me that it impresses me a lot. How do they do that? Probably much more frequently in the actual world are people having that response to my kind of intuition because it's extroverting. They can see it more explicitly.
I'm feeling very European.
Oh, good for you.
Would you like some?
I might eat one or two.
Cool.
But please don't hold back. If I don't start digging into the olives, don't feel the need to leave any for me. You didn't put that many olives in the bowl. I'm gonna say,
I meant for them to be shared.
okay. Well, maybe we don't have that many olives left.
We don't. That's it.
That's all the olives. Okay.
Yeah.
So then whatever. See, this is where intuition leads you astray, right? I intuited from the amount of olives you put in the bowl that you probably poured just those olives for yourself. However, I would also note, I suspect you also intuited that I might intuit that from the amount of olives, and that's why you said, please have some of these olives.
Oh, yes. It is why I said please have some of the olives because they were meant to be shared. Like, there's just that's it for the olives.
Right. So if you had brought a big whole bowl full of olives, you probably wouldn't have said, please have some.
No.
Because it would have been obvious.
For
that
that, either for both. Exactly.
And so, anyway, what messes with intuition in this instance and in every instance? Actuality. The fact that we had a finite number of olives. So, how many olives you pour is not just a way of communicating something about how you expect the olives to be eaten, but is rather the inevitable consequence of that's all the olives we had left.
Yes, so I hope you share them with me.
Sure, thanks, darling.
Of course.
I at no point would be particularly prone to thinking I better not eat one of those olives.
Sure.
You know, I think I would probably assume they could get away with eating one or two of your olives, even if you had poured them all for yourself. But thank you. It's nice of you to indicate it. Tesla invented dead body telekinesis before he died. You just don't know because he hasn't had to use it yet.
That's good, Christopher.
But it's almost as powerful as a living person, but not as powerful, actually. So, Einstein made too many mistakes, and he didn't give credit to other people where he got some of his ideas from. Well, that's strange. I mean, that's just standard NTP move, right? Broadly read, don't keep track of which authors say what. Get just grabbing ideas from various places, putting them together along with some of your own original ideas, and saying, "There, this thing." You go, well, that's not, you didn't hand mill all of the parts. Well, of course not, dummy. That's not how ideas work. That's how NTP is going to be about it. But other people will be like, you should have credited meow with this notion that you included in your meow. Well, if I credited every meow with every little meow that I included, I mean, I don't remember where I got every idea from. I don't even necessarily remember the status of an idea, whether it's original or not. It's not relevant to anything, you know?
It's true.
Well, my INFJ mentor said no ENTP ever about TI stuff. I say that actually a fair amount regarding music stuff. I'll reference things I learned from Corey. Learned about music just comparing against Corey too. What I won't don't keep track of an author that wrote the equations used in special relativity before him. Oh, well, I mean, if he was being steely, intellectually steely, that's not type. That's, you know, you, to make a purposeful decision to be deceptive or something, that doesn't link to type, right? Different types may have different thresholds for what comprises a purposeful decision to be deceptive, but um, what makes it universally disapproved of is that we all know that we might make a mistake and fail to attribute something, but that's very different than purposely deceiving people regarding authorship. That never happens accidentally, definitionally. And where there's a lot of smoke, nobody's so attentionally dense as to um, just pretend not to notice it. He should have made some sort of proactive defense. Yes, I saw these equations elsewhere, but they weren't quite in the form that I'm producing them in, or they were under a different frame of reference, or mugity meow, or whatever, or something. Or he may not have even published with the idea of trying to steal credit for it. History might just have elected him the guy instead of the other guy for God knows what reason. So, I'm less concerned about who history deems the genius than I am about whether or not he was a person of low character. You know, if it's the former, then well, that's just how it always works. Some geniuses get more credit than they deserve, others get less. Um, if it's the latter, then that would tend to invalidate his status as genius entirely. She might not know how to swim, but she giggles a lot. We'll be fine. What is that a quote of? I like that quote. But I like it better if as like she may not know how to swim, but if she were at risk of drowning, obviously she wouldn't be giggling so much.
She wouldn't be.
That's not something to laugh at. Yeah, she kind of ignores the fact that she's unaware of the risk, possibly.
So we may be getting new Johnny music on Friday.
Really?
Yeah.
The problem with Einstein is he made too many mistakes and led physics into a weird place. Too much magical thinking. I don't think that he led them into magical thinking. At least he didn't like the current interpretation of quantum physics, but he preceded it, Carlos. He should have made reference to Poincare. It's not cool at all. Poincare made the calcs first, and there's no way he didn't know that. Carlos said, Einstein literally did do that, Carlos. He literally made reference to Poincare. Einstein ate 2 eggs every day and never wore socks. Role model. I wear socks. I don't like eggs that much. But I eat them at restaurants, but I don't. I bought an eggs not that super long ago. And I think I eat one egg. I bought it because I was like, I bought a dozen eggs, so I was like, well, I need one for this baking thing. Maybe. I'm not sure if I need it or not. I don't have the recipe in mind exactly. But making some kind of dough, bread, it might require an egg. Let's get some eggs. I should have just Googled it, of course, on my phone, but I didn't. I bought 12 eggs. And I thought, well, maybe I could get 6 eggs. I didn't see any half things, but I thought to myself, anyway, as I said that, you know what? I'll get 12 and I'll just make eggs. No. No, you won't. You will definitely now not make eggs. Now you will.
Know that.
Now what you're going to do is throw away a dozen eggs. You're purchasing these dozen eggs to keep them cold for a couple of weeks, and then just throw them away. Again, all because I thought I might need one egg for bread,
Yeah.
which I didn't end up needing, and I could have found out by Googling at the store.
So, I have a request for Valentine's Day.
What's that?
Could you make pizza?
Sure.
Cool.
Would you like me additionally to choose you?
Oh, I hope you do.
I will, for sure. If you took a serious look at modern day physics, it would turn out to be evolution 2.0, Eric. Would it? Well, you mean what you're saying is it wouldn't make any sense? Well, I've already done that with dark matter and dark energy. It's like, hold on. So your math prediction is off by a huge amount, okay? And so instead of going, well, guys, we're measuring wrong, we've got the wrong predicted amount, we've got some fundamental flaw in our architecture here, theoretically or whatever, you say, oh my God, that must mean all that missing stuff is invisible dark magical shit. No, you tards. Who concludes that because your predictions are not validated by the data and that your measurements keep showing less stuff than you expect, therefore there's a magical other kind of invisible stuff that accounts for all the missing stuff. I mean, maybe your concept of how much stuff there should be predicated on mya is wrong, right? Why does there have to be a bunch of magical dark stuff to fill in the gap between your predicted amount of stuff and the actual amount of stuff you measure?
That's true. You know, it's pretty magical.
What?
So this is my Instagram, and this is the YouTube link that I have up. So you click it.
Oh, it's a safety voice.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's part of what you mean when you say magical thinking? Oh, it makes up 98% of the universe now. So in other words, you know, the regular stuff that we can see, you know, stuff, that's only 3%, 2.5% of all the actual stuff. Well, what can you tell us about the actual stuff? Nothing. It's dark stuff. You can't see it. You can't touch it. You can't measure it. But we know it's there. How do you know it's there? Because 97.5% of the stuff is stuff we can't see. Okay, but how do you know it's 97.5% of the stuff? Because we predicted there'd be meow amount of stuff, and the actual amount of stuff we measure is like a lot less than that. Okay. All right. Okay, physicists, enough with that. You know what? Actually,
Yeah.
I think it's time.
I do see I'm gonna turn on the other light.
I feel ready to play that game right now.
Nice. It's perfect right now. I
Rachel
feel
and
like I should
both
take
felt
a
it.
half an Adderall.
Well, I agree with you.
I'm doing pretty good. I think
You're
I have
doing
1.5.
You're gonna have one left here.
Yeah.
After this, you're doing great. We'll run out approximately the same time, I'm sure. Since I'm not doing so great. But that's fine. That's helping me do great.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Let's just, the normal Eric way. I was figuring if I can go 2 full weeks, hey, that's half of a month. And my point is, I bet if I somehow got the amount of Adderall doubled, if I said, like, listen here, everybody. The problem, obvious enough. The reason I go through my Adderall in 2 weeks, I must be receiving half the dosage I should be given. That's why I go through it in 2 weeks. I had my Adderall doubled to 60 milligrams a day. The first month, it would last like 3 weeks. Maybe. Probably not. It would just be 2 weeks again. Because why? Well, shit. Now that I got 60, it's like taking 2 is regular amount. So I think today I should take 4. Because obviously I need to deviate from regular, That's my goal. Make it special. Today's a special day. Now if I have a special day, right? Take 2 Adderalls. But in this new imagined reality, to have a special day requires me to take 4 Adderalls. Or and just burning through the same speed, twice as much Adderall. And probably with the same overall effect. Which is to say, I still spend most of my time not really thwacked out enough to go full blast. Gactacular production line. Gactacular production line is it's a place of being similar to the dark playground. The gactacular production line is that spot in life where you're so gacked out, you're making no decisions about what you're doing. You just keep doing it. You start doing it and you keep doing it until you realize 8 hours later, oh my God, my ankles and feet are all swollen because I've not left this chair even to pee, having located this convenient bottle nearby, thereby eliminating the need to get up to pee. I'm dying of thirst. But this thing's starting to sound pretty good, right? Well, that's called gactacular production line. And I haven't really been there in a long time. All right. Now I'm going to set this game up such that, I'll set the camera up such that you can see the game as best as possible. We'll put this part of the game here. And I will then lift up the game if I need to show you something more up close or something from it, you know. So let's find out what it means to play the Mad Magazine board game. There it is in all of its mad glory. And I'm going to zoom in on it a bit here. Try to make it fill up as much of the screen as possible. Try to line it up so that it's nice and evenly lined up with the camera. In fact, let me move it right here. All right, here we go. Now we've got some cards. The cards, they have to go here. Cards. These are the cards, as they're known. Presumably to be hilarious. Not sure if they've succeeded, but I'm guessing that's their drive. Now, to start the game, one $5,000 bill for you.
Thank you.
One for me. 4 $1,000 bills. Well, I don't see a lot of thousands in here, actually. There's plenty of 500. Oh, there's the thousands. I see them. They were underneath the whole time. Some more cards. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4 $1,000s. 1, 2, 3, 4 $1,000s. 2 $500s for a total of 10,000. Okay. Now, each of us gets one of these things. So already know, start. Where start? Here, start. And then we just roll the dice and go around and see what happens. All these other instructions seem like unnecessary joking around. All right, so Rachel is going to roll the dice first. And I think what we'll do, I'm going to pull it back a little bit so you can see us more too than just the game, which means I'll unzoom it in a bit here. All right, here we go. Rachel got a 7. So she's going to move. Are you yellow?
Yeah.
Okay. She's moving 7 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take a card, Rachel. What does your card say?
Put $1,000 under. Tough luck.
Put $1,000 under what? Let me see. Now I'm going to have to read the instructions. Put $1,000 under what? under tough luck?
Yeah, I don't know what under though.
Where's
So
tough
I
luck?
have to take away $1,000, but
Under tough luck. Where's tough luck is the question. Oh. Do you see tough luck anywhere?
I wish you could do that for cards. Oh, tough luck. Here we go.
No, it says send anyone to tough luck.
Oh.
Where's tough luck though? Okay.
Well, I lose $1,000.
Yeah, right. But see, I think I don't know what means putting it under tough luck means.
I don't either.
Because I think if you go to tough luck, then you have to get all the money that's currently under tough luck. That's why I want to know where tough luck. And maybe it's just right here. So in other words, you might have to get that $1,000 back. Here, give me $1,000. I'll put it under this card, and we'll just treat it as a metaphysical space rather than a literal space. Okay. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Go back to start and then go a total of 3 rolls.
Okay.
Here we go, here we go.
5, 11,
Ooh.
19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
To enter land here and then roll 1 die.
16, 17, 18, 19. Tough luck. Oh, there's tough luck.
Oh.
Okay, so forget. I'll put this card in here. I have to get this $1,000 now because I landed on tough luck. Now I have more money, and that's bad in this game. Okay, now it's your turn. Yeah, you have to lose all your money.
I didn't know that.
That's your job. Just like in life.
Just like in
12.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Tough luck. There's nothing under it.
Yeah, you don't have to get any money then.
Nope.
You don't have to be fodder. Oh, that's fodder.
That is fodder.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Change money with the person to your left. Alright, here's my money, you give me your money.
Oh, now you're winning.
Yeah, well, apparently this might happen a lot, so.
Ah.
I don't know.
Okay, alright.
Now it's your turn to roll.
Okay.
Alright, you get a 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take a card. Stand up and boo the person on your left. Also lose $1,000. I don't want to boo.
You can skip all the nonsense parts. Just lose your $1,000.
Okay.
So that goes to the bank rather than the tough luck. Okay, now it's my turn. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everyone else moves 1 space back and does what it says.
If someone is smiling, go back 3 spaces. If no one is smiling, go back ahead 3 spaces.
Go ahead, 3 spaces.
Go ahead, yeah.
Change money with the person on your left. There you go. So, you know, it may take a while for one of us to win this game by losing all of their money.
I have to remember what amount is what.
1, 2, 3, 4, You pass that, you lose 500. 5, 6, 7. You must gamble everything you have. Roll the dice. Odd, win twice as much. Even, lose everything but collect $1,500. So I put everything back except the 1,500. All right. Your turn. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take a card.
If you like the screen, cross your legs, sit on your hands, cackle like a chicken, and lose one egg. Also $500.
Let's lose $500. Okay. Now, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go back the total of one die roll. 1, 2, 3. Send anyone to tough luck. Okay. There's nothing under tough luck, so I'm going to send myself to tough luck. That's your turn. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Place $1,000 under tough luck.
Okay. Oh, you lose 500 for crossing start.
Okay.
So just give me that red one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Anywhere. Roll 7. Collect 500 and go to start. If you don't, just go to start. I don't, just go to start. I lose 500. And it's your turn.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To enter, land here and roll one die. One, 2, 3, 4. This is glasses space. Pay $500 and look at the top card. Okay. And you pay $500. So give me a yellow one and I'll give you a, back. Okay. You never good looking at that card, did you? 1, 2, 3, 4,
No.
5, 6, 7. Take a card. Well, you get to know what I just am going to get right now. If you can stand up and stay airborne for 37 seconds, you lose $5,000. If not, jump up and lose $500. So I lose $500. So I now only have $500. I'm about to win this game, Rachel.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Because of my strategy and highly competitive nature.
Yeah, it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of your $2,000 is counterfeit. Return to bank. So give me $2,000. Give me the 5 and I'll give you 3 ones back. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now it's my turn. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone move one chair to the right. We don't need to do that because we're already the same relationship with one another direction-wise that we would be. We're the person immediately to our left and to our right. Now it's your turn. And across. Or all those things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tough luck. You have to get $1,000. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take your card. I just assume it does fall off. I'm not going to be able to do this physical challenge.
Okay.
So I'm just going to assume it does fall off, and so I don't lose anything.
You don't lose anything?
No. So I still have $500 left.
Oops. Roll again, or?
3 and 3. 6.
No.
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait.
right here for another player to pass you, and then move with him or her. And you have to wait a while.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What does that say? Everyone moves one chair. We're not changing chairs. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We both take a card. You take a card too.
Wow.
Mine says change money with the person on your right. So it just give me these ones.
We trade card. We trade.
There.
And mine says take the next card, don't peek, and give it to anyone else.
Okay. So I just take this card then. Plan ahead and move to any space on the board. Okay. I'm going to move to I'm gonna move to this one. The gambling one. I hope for even. I lost my gamble, so that means I get another $5,500. Okay. Now it's your turn. Ten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You lose your $500. 10. But and you lose another $1,000.
So you win.
You win. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I know
That was
it was
easy enough to play.
I know it was desperately important to both of us to win that game.
It was. Yeah, everything was on the line.
Yeah, everything was on the line.
That's fun. I could just playing out with you and Acacia.
Yeah,
But
well,
I just don't feel like changing seats.
it was fine, but like all the amenities of it that are supposed to be fun for like kids, like get up and jump around shit.
No.
No, thank you. I don't need your physical clowning as part of my board game. Thank you very much, board game people. Oh, what did you know is this? I will spend the next months in intensive Mad Magazine board game strategy study to try to guarantee that next time I will walk away the winner.
Well, for a while it looked like you were.
Yeah. Well, I got thrown by that one card that said walk around, meow, because it set it up as a condition, unlike a lot of them, such that if you could keep it on your head for the whole time and you lose meow, but if it falls off and you don't, well, I'm not going to even attempt that, so. Anyway, The point is, yeah, your message was unattractive, and um, you mean it was retracted? Like, are you talking about the comment? Yeah, sure.
What? I can't. I'm doing like a GIF on my Instagram. Which planet should I use? Because no planets are in retrograde right now.
You should use this.
Oh my gosh! I feel like it's Christmas and you're Santa.
You should use that. I pulled it out of your ear. That's where one gets those from.
Okay, I'll do Saturn.
That one card said, "Convert to/away from Judaism." Now, if it had a card that said that, I would have laughed, right? If I had written that game, that's the kind of shit the cards would say, right? Be Chinese. That's a good card for the card for that game. Be Chinese. Note that any rice themed squares will have double the impacts.
Hi,
Of course, there
Jones.
are no rice themed
Hi.
squares, of course, but that'd be a better approach to the cards than their current physical clowning approach.
Do you think the squirrels are eating the stuff that they buried away?
No, I threw out seeds earlier today.
Oh.
I think you could just put on each of the cards something Manu John has said.
Which is what? What has Manu John said?
There is no ghost. It's in us. Something like that, you know.
I like that. There is no ghost. It's in us. It's very spiritual.
Mm-hmm. If everything's future, then nothing is. Something like that. It's a Manu John-esque statement. I don't remember if he actually authored that one or not, but
BRB.
wow. It certainly is visually striking out here right now. I'm endowed a little bit by magic mushroom eyes. I just tend to make things look more vivid, striking, colorfully meowed or whatever. Colorfully meowed or whatever is not one of my better sentences. But the hills look colorfully meowed or whatever.
They do. It's beautiful. It's like 70.
Yeah. I guess temps are due to drop a bit before we can call this here winter truly over.
Wow, Rubenar, that's very wise. If mirrors aren't real, how can our eyes be real? Real eyes, realize, realize.
If not God, then why Yah? That's a common way to express things regarding God, you know.
If not God, then yeah.
If not God, then explain Yah.
Oh.
You know, if God's not real, then explain humans. Where did they come from? Well, I agree we can't explain where we came from, but that's not a good reason to affirm God. Well, if not God, then where did our cars come from?
That is a great question.
Because it's like, otherwise we'd all be walking around.
Yeah, we would be. I mean, there are other ways, I think, but it is pretty amazing. Cars, where do they come from?
Yeah. If not God, then why are there omelets?
Oh my gosh. Honestly, though, thinking of breakfast right now makes me hungry
Hungry?
for breakfast. Yeah. I keep on thinking,
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell me. But whenever the word breakfast parts either of our lips, we're both thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Am I thinking what you're? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
100%.
No, because you're thinking that I'm thinking what you're thinking. You know that song where Reply to the Concords? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? No, I'm not thinking what you're thinking. Oh, aren't you thinking what I'm thinking? And you're thinking I'm thinking what you're thinking. Yeah.
Yes. I
Funny.
haven't heard that in so long.
It's a good song.
It is.
Named Barbara. Brabra.
Yes.
Barbara.
Bra,
Brabra.
bra.
There's no such name as Brabra. Those are great lyrics.
They are. I know. I love that show. I think my sister introduced me to it. She got on board with Flight of the Concords like pretty early on.
I think the thing that turned, I don't think I even watched the show. I think the first thing I encountered of theirs was the hip hoppopotamus.
Oh.
And I just thought it was fantastic.
It is. The mother flipping.
Yeah. I'm the hip hoppopotamus. My legs are bottomless. And then it's silent for like 4 bars. That song also had me periodically say, there ain't no party like my name is Tea Party.
Oh my god, I love that. I had Frosted Flakes with my cereal occasion this morning.
I think a good like diss song, breakup song would be all my flakes are frosted and all your flakes are corn.
That is a diss. I'd be so upset.
Listen,
Wow.
hey, you say what you want. All my flakes are frosted, your flakes is corn.
Oh.
Boom. That's a burn, right? It's a real burn. You can see it as a breakup song too. Like,
yeah.
You know, when the heavy part hits with, and all your flakes are corn.
Yes. That's perfect.
Well, you know, this has been a different mushroom experience than recent ones. A little less giggly and so forth. But,
because
I had to argue with Katie for quite a long time about education at school.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth.
Right. So obviously, you can't giggle while you're advocating against youth prison camp.
Hey, Taj Walker.
You know, I feel good. I feel glad that I took on, sort of changed my general mood, attitude somewhat, and make things look different, you know.
Yeah.
Make me feel kind of folded up a little bit, as mushrooms will do. It's a good way to put it, like kind of the neutral, non-trippy thing that happens. It's more just a serotonin thing that doesn't link to any specific thing like yawning or whatever. Makes you feel kind of folded up, kind of swaddled in mushroominess. Folded up like laundry.
You know how people say you can tell if a couple's gonna last if they have the same like phone, if they both have Android or both have Apple.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I read an article one time that said that, but I think it's more if your couple that wears socks together stays together. Socks with sandals.
Socks with sandals are a good indicator of a wise person who doesn't need to worry about his footing very much.
Right.
Now, if you are worrying about your footing, like today when I was walking up the hill from the shed down below, and I had to go uphill, flipping, you know, it's difficult to pull off. And these shoes, when I went out on the roof with Tommy slippers with socks on, I quickly realized the error of my ways. These don't belong on my feet in these conditions here on the roof. I need to change shoes. But for normal conditions, slippers and socks give you the best of both worlds. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. They're slip-on. You don't need to worry about laces or whatever. And your feet don't get cold or dirty because you've got socks on. Who could complain about that? Only some kind of chronic complaint about their feet person. Somebody who's got a phobia of comfort, maybe. You complain about that. Does it seem a little chilly in here to you? Or is it just my mushrooms talking? Hi, Taj Walker. So I'm guessing it's just my mushrooms talking. I'm not hungry. I feel you on. I hear you. And you say you want to go out to breakfast.
But not right now. Just talk of omelets make me think of breakfast, which make me think of Sportsman's Cafe.
Do you think that you conceptually jinxed Eric? How do you conceptually jinx me? Was it because you had too many frosted flakes? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Well, I'm feeling kind of tired, kind of like I need a bit of an SI reset. There's my beverage. I do have a beverage here. That's good. I don't think it's drafty so much as I think that I'm a little mushroomy. which tends to make you cold. Plus, we have the fan on in here. But,
Can I turn off the what they called cold lights?
yes, please. But what I want you to notice is I've got a good solution for my coldness as well. This
Oh my god!
headband will help keep this one little area of my head warm. I just need a lot more of these headbands, and I'll have a whole hat.
Well, like you know how like Taylor Swift had friendship bracelets? You could have friendship head.
Head, what do you call it? Head lace?
Yeah, sure, had the lace, but that's not lace though.
Well, it's called a poor company name for your headband company. Head lace.
Okay.
The reason, of course, it's a bad company name is because it immediately makes everybody think of head lice. But I would say, but that's what this is. It's the idea of like a lace width headband. It's just as wide as a shoelace. Say, listen, it may be that's your idea, Eric, and it may be a good idea, but you should still not call it head lace. Well, I'll make a clear distinction. I'll put in the ad, head lace, not head lice.
You definitely should.
And that will, I will overcome the apparent disadvantage of my company name. Which reminds me of my favorite joke by that guy who was on Reno 911, Nick Swartzen or whatever.
Yeah, Nick Schwarzman.
He talked about opening a breakfast restaurant and naming it Full Blown Eggs. I thought that was a hilarious joke. Well, why shouldn't I name it Full Blown Eggs? In general, you probably don't want a lot of your food full blown. Just, you probably just unblown entirely would be fine. Full blown is a nice term like full blast. You know, turn it up full blast. Full blast. Regular blast isn't enough. No, full blast. There's no possible way you could overblast me with the blasting capacity of this thing. Be it either a volume you might turn up full blast, air conditioning you might turn up full blast. What's something else you might turn up full blast? We came up with a lot of parlors, but what are things that you turn up full blast? The things that are full blown, obviously, like AIDS is the first thing that comes to mind, but no, he's got a full blown whatever. Like, I guess maybe the term comes from imagine if you purchased an inflatable sex doll. You don't want it partially blown up, all squishy and saggy. You want it full blown up.
Yes. Oh, we're still talking about full blown.
Well, we're distinguishing between full blown and full blast.
Oh.
So, what kind of things do you want to have full blown? What kind of things can be full blown? Well, AIDS is the first thing that comes to mind, but
Yeah.
what's another thing that's full blown? Like, no, he's a full blown narcissist, you might say, right?
Yeah, full blown narcissist.
It's rarely going to be full blown anything good.
Well, this might sound like not PC, but he's full blown gay.
He's full blown gay.
Yeah.
Full blown cuck.
Yeah.
You could say potentially like, no, I mean, at this point, he's a full blown rock star or something.
Yeah.
You could say that, I guess.
Yeah.
But so it doesn't have to be something bad, but usually it's full blast. You can turn up air conditioning full blast. You can turn up music full blast. You might be able to turn like a hair dryer on full blast.
Yeah, sure, full blast. Yeah, you can blow your hair dryer on full blast.
Okay, you put it on full blast. If it's got partial blast setting, I'm not sure.
Can you have your gun on full blast?
No, I think it just has one level of blast. I mean,
Your
like,
Nerf gun could be on first.
well, I mean,
full
that
blast.
is to be a full blast Nerf gun would imply that you could have a half power setting
Ow.
you shoot it at, right?
Yeah, I know water guns can.
Oh well, you could have the hose on full blast.
Yeah, you can have the
There
hose
you
on
go.
full
There's
blast.
something else you can turn on full blast. Farts? No, you can't turn on your farts full blast. Okay.
They just happen.
They just happen. However much blast they have is however much blast they have. Now, of course, if you turn anything on full blast, that means you're a jumper in Dave's superpower system. Mine do not have.
Oh my gosh, no! I know another one that's not PC also.
What?
Like full blast retarded. Full blown retarded.
Either way, I mean, if you're describing a behavior, you might say that was full blast retarded. But if you're describing a person, you would say they're full blown retarded. Thanks, Show Media. Thanks for once again infusing your bathroom humor into the lyrics of beloved songs of our generation. FBT is known, in case you, oh my God, a person's FBT. Full blown tard.
Yeah.
I think it's great that schools, if you're late, they say you're tardy.
You get one tardy.
Hey, tardy. You are tardy. When I was a kid, I said, that's hate speech.
No, I definitely don't have full control of my fart. Not all the time.
I mean, rarely. I'm just happy it comes out without any poop falling in it, you know?
That's a good thing to be, like, glad about.
Well, I mean, you have to practice, obviously. Acacia and Ruben both practiced with their butthole lips. But, like, I didn't know how to whistle because I practiced with my regular lips. You two have both decided to practice with your butt lips. Well, that's not something to be proud of. Look what I can do with my butt lips.
Butt lips.
Yeah, that's when you're trying to make your butthole be, have the fine-tuned flexibility of your lips. People who've really been practicing with their butt lips for a long time can whistle. They can mimic human speech.
I just didn't know that they were called butt lips. I love it.
That's the lips of your butthole.
Oh my God.
Your butthole has a regular part, but at the very edge is a thin part of it. They're known as your butt lips.
Oh, I thought maybe you were talking about the cheeks, but this is another part.
No, it's part of your butthole. And it's the part that allows you to enunciate with your butthole. Or your butt lips.
Is that where, like, that animalistic kind of fragrance comes from?
You mean ambergris? Well, for some people, whale puke comes from your butt. But Not usually.
But let's talk.
Right. That surprisingly, that's the scientific name for it. It was just an odd coincidence that the discoverer of them's last name was Butt Lips.
I really want someone to make a Google mail and use butt lips.
Buttlips.gov.
I think it's GOP.
Thanks for visiting the government's informational website on butt lips. But if you, like millions of other Americans, are curious about your butt lips, you've come to the right place for nonpartisan, fair, straightforward information about butt lips. No animal was hurt. It was pills of spuds of there were mashed potatoes high. Hi, Steve Irwin. Sorry to hear about that unfriendly stingray you were simply trying to give a hug to. You know.
I am too.
But I'm glad you're back alive and at my live stream.
So, I think you'd be happy to know that I get emails daily from Teal Swan. And
I think Ruben would be happy to inform you this probably because you gave them you gave her some hint of attention. I get the equivalent kind of emails every day from this lady who sends me emails like new listing plus one price change down, for houses and
so
stuff.
weird why you would get that.
Well, because for houses and stuff, right?
Oh.
I click on one of them at some point,
But like,
just to look and see what the either new listing or whatever it was. And now I'm inundated by those. Every day I get them.
See, but like, the place where I think it would come from is that I bought her cards, but I bought her cards like 2018.
It's because you opened and read one of the emails to me. It doesn't matter to her that you may not have engaged the email like a link within the email, but as Ruben explains it, there's ways they know when you just even opened it, how much time you spent looking at it, etc.
Well, you definitely. I was gonna read one too. It says 8 steps to repairing ruptures.
8 steps for repairing ruptures?
Yeah.
Yeah, read it. Let's hear what Teal Swan has to say in her ordinated list of steps to repair a rupture.
Now I get them for entertainment purposes. Hi, Rachel. In relationships, breaches and damage inevitably occur, leading to conflict, frustration, and trust issues. These ruptures break or strengthen the bond depending on our repair skills. Today, I'll guide you through repairing ruptures caused by others, building on my previous video, which was about how to create repair when you are the one that created a rupture in the relationships. Like bodily wounds, neglected relationship ruptures worsen. Strong relationships thrive on low tolerance for rupture feelings and prompt, energetic repair efforts.
All right, get to your steps, lady.
Remember, relationships repair is a process. Let's begin. 1. You have to recognize that the rupture occurred.
Okay. Recognize that a rupture occurred. Number 2.
Clarify that your take is on the issue for yourself.
What?
Clarify what your take is on the issue for yourself.
Okay. All right. Number two. I was just saying your own position, I guess, before you engage, but you may have to engage to understand what your position is, depending on how they respond, may determine your position. Go ahead.
Bring it up as a problem for you, but speaking from vulnerability.
Well, I mean, that's maybe good FE advice, but go ahead.
Seek understanding of their side of it.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a good thing to do if you don't feel like you understand it clearly enough.
Own your part of the rupture if there is one, and modify any behavior that may have contributed to this problem.
Okay, next.
Put forth your needs. Participate
Okay,
in search participate in the search for a solution which would create repair.
okay,
Be receptive be receptive to the solution.
okay. Um, well, I mean, not a terrible set of steps, I guess. Um, Assuming a lot of things, right? So they're general enough that you could probably apply those steps to repairing a rupture of some sort, which I guess means a point of conflict between two people.
Yeah.
Um, Seems like sound enough, simple enough advice.
Yeah, and teaches people accountability.
Well, it kind of assumes some accountability, which is nice. It doesn't assume a lack thereof. In other words, it asks you to determine your own part of it, if any, which acknowledges that sometimes it's not your fault at all, right?
Yeah.
I get that she's trying to market whatever saleable products she has to people who are looking for answers, but
Sure.
to me, like the way to approach that question of how to deal with a rupture, well, you know, it's not necessarily always the case that you're going to be able to heal ruptures or deal with them
No.
directly.
Sometimes you just don't. It's like you gotta pick your battles, right? It
Well,
can be exhausting.
you gotta understand, like, in relationships like you and your family, there's never going to be a real reconciliation from your perspective because that requires them to reconcile to make reconciliatory efforts in the ways in which you are receptive to reconciliation, not in the ways they are receptive to giving it, right? Or not the ways in which they're open to giving it.
Yeah.
And since like your mom is never gonna attempt to provide reconciliation to you in any currency that you can appreciate receiving, and then uh, you're never gonna You're never going to heal that rupture or whatever, or get to address it directly.
Even if I wanted to, because she's accountability avoidant, so
Right.
I forgive her, but I do know what happens.
You
Like,
don't forget, and
yeah.
you're not fooled by her at any
Right.
point.
No, like,
She's lost all capacity to 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 get from you benefit of the doubt that she might not be a full blast narcissist, because
yeah,
she's done too much shit already.
yeah. I mean,
I totally get that.
and then like my brother, he's also like he's been learning from her, so it's like, you know, it's not great, but I like I said, I forgive them, and like I'd rather move on from it, but I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, and how many took brain? I'm asking lots of hosts there online, but don't answer questions. Not filled by Madusu. You're with not sold stone, she has heart. I don't know what any of that means.
No, I don't know that either.
Okay, she does ask a good question. Is this cactus cooler? No, this is athletic, non alcoholic beer.
It's really good. I think it's low calorie too, which I appreciate because I like to drink beer.
Is it really 5:15 only in the evening?
Yeah.
Wow. I would have thought it was a lot later than that. I said you're with good. Well, thanks. You're with good too. I don't know what to say about that.
You're gonna go for a run?
I'm gonna go for a run. All right, show me. You get a little bit of exercise. You get that heart pumping. Get those legs moving. Get those feet pitter pattering like the sound of babies in a house.
Thanks for the game. It was fun.
Oh yeah, thanks for the game, Trividia. I'm glad we had an opportunity to play it.
Me too.
Was it fun? It was fun to have an opportunity to play it on the stream. Was it a fun game? No, definitely not.
Well, I feel
But
like
that's okay. The whole thing is it was a fun idea to send it to us, not that the game itself turns out to be fun. That's the whole point of it, right? Like this head place. It's a fun idea, but wearing it isn't particularly fun. I'm transitioning into a game lover. Am I becoming an ENTJ and running a marathon? Nope. Not planning on it. I'll just stay in ENTP and run my ongoing boring thon instead. I'm addicted to Boring Hall. I need to go to Boring Holics Anonymous. Boring Holics Anonymous for people who are addicted to Boring Hall. Amazon Women Strong. Keep loving her. I'm with life too. You sure are with life. You are with life. You are near life. You are around life. You're through life. You pick your preposition, stick it between you and life, we're golden. Doesn't even matter if it's whatever preposition. Surely not beside. Yes, even beside. When you're beside life. Face all red and shit. Because I'm beep, 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 beep. It would have been more fun if he played with Jordan Peterson and he lost and flipped out. I don't think Jordan Peterson would get too upset if he lost the Mad Magazine board game. I am astounded at myself that having an opportunity to make media with Jordan Peterson, I've elected for some reason to play the Mad Magazine board game with him. Like, well, what made me make that choice, you know? All right, Eric. Well, that's fine, Eric. That's really something that you're here. You got have some of my time, and you can do what you want. You can interview me or whatever. I want to play the Mad Magazine board game with you on a live stream. Jordan Peterson. We'll see how well your 12 rules of life handle Mad Magazine's crazy logic, right? I don't think so. See how well your straight lacery handles the wackiness of the Mad Magazine board game. Jordan Peterson. Well, I mean, that's really something that you want to play the Mad Magazine board game with me. I'd be pleased to do it. Thanks, Jordan Peterson. I think you and me and Rachel are going to have a great time together playing this horrible game. Look, Rachel and I aren't going to do any of the get up and dance around shit, all right? But we'd like for you to do all of the physical clownings required, please, for our amusement. I wouldn't want anybody else to do it, but since you're Jordan Peterson, I do want you to have to like jump up and down and squeak like a monkey or whatever it says to do, whatever fucking stupid nonsense it says. Oh God. Oh yeah. That's right. I had to go pee outside. You know why? Because Rachel was occupying my preferred toilet. And I was like, am I really going to go pee in one of the other two bathrooms? No. Obviously not. Those other two bathrooms are beneath my urine. You gotta have a special level of specialness to be worthy of me peeing on you. Outside is worthy. The one preferred bathroom is worthy. The other bathrooms, they are not worthy. The upstairs one might be worthy, but it's upstairs. And I no way in hell I'm gonna walk all the way upstairs just to pee. I could equally well pee outside. I thought about using the master bathroom. I could have peed in there. You know, the toilet's so low. It's not a comfortable toilet to sit on. Also, it's such a small toilet that, like, I can't sit down to pee at the toilet or my dick hits the front of the bowl. So, fuck that toilet. If I'm gonna stand up and pee, well, it's gonna be either in the sink or outside. I might as well just pee outside, obviously. So that's the story of why I decided to go pee outside. If you're gonna stand up to pee, you might as well pee outside rather than in the sink, which you have to rinse out after you're done peeing. Outside, I don't have to rinse it off when I'm done peeing on it. I could rinse it off. Maybe it would be polite to later me. I'm counting on rain. If it were dark outside, instead of peeing back there, where I have relative privacy, I would just pee right here into this drain, as I do many nights, if not most nights, if not every night. Because once the sun has gone all the way down, I am privatized by the hiding power of darkness. Sounds like Rachel's in the garage? What would Rachel be doing in the garage? Oh, getting more toilet paper or anything? This is one of the cats, maybe. Funny thing is, I had this door locked, but fortunately not closed all the way, so I was able to get in. Well, I don't see any Rachel in the garage. I definitely heard something in the garage. Must have been a cat, I guess. Hey, dance party. How's it going?
Good.
Having yourself a dance party?
I was going through my winter mix.
Did I say I liked Mad Magazine? I may have said I kind of liked it, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure. I certainly wasn't passionate about it. Because it was the only kind of humor thing that I might have been enamored with as a child, really. I remember finding Garfield hilarious. I was thinking about that last night in bed. Thinking about Nemur and Opie. People remember Garfield. You don't necessarily remember the names of the other animals in that household.
Opie's the dog, right?
Opie's the dog, and Normal's the cute cat that competes for affection.
Yep.
Yeah. Play T-Rex's Bang a Gong. I could do that, or I could play Wang Chung's Everybody Wang Chung tonight.
I could make people list a playlist of songs to listen to when you're working out.
Sure. I like the idea of a mashup between the two. Get it on. Meow, meow, meow. Wang Chung tonight. If we can all get together one day, it'll be like Cartoon Garfield and Friends. Don't live stream banging, all go fast.
I actually think that if we all get together one day, it'll be more like the Peanuts. Eric will be Snoopy. I don't know who I would be. The little red haired girl.
Okay.
Or I could be Wood.
Woodstock.
Yeah, Woodstock.
Mm.
Yeah, show me. You could be Charlie Brown. Acacia's Linus.
I maybe want to be Peppermint Patty.
Then I would be.
You could be that other girl.
Yeah, what is the other girl's name? Oh my gosh, please help us.
Peppermint Patty's friend, he calls her Sir.
Yeah, I would. I totally would be. You would be Peppermint Patty, and I would be the girl who calls Peppermint Patty Sir, and she has glasses and black hair.
That would be a wonderful gay couple, just like we are now.
Yeah, not Sally, no.
No.
Sally's with Linus, so Ruben is Sally. Marcy, yes.
Who's Mark Bolan?
Mark Bolan?
Mark Bolan was like 5'5". He'd come up to Eric's shoulder, maybe.
I don't know who Mark Bolan is.
I don't know who Mark Bolan is either. Marcy. Oh, you mean Oh, the Mark Bolan T-Rex. I was thinking I just had Marcy there. I was thinking, you mean the guy who played Marcy's husband on Married with Children? No, you're not talking about that at all. You're talking about T-Rex. Well, a lot of very famous people are very tiny little guys like Tom Cruise and Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, Dustin Hoffman,
Mm-hmm.
um, Danny DeVito.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr.
Al Pacino, exactly.
Oh, a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them.
It's probably why I can't recognize famous people very much in the world, because they're way down there. I think there must be some advantage, camera wise, to actually being not so tall of a person. Like you're a man.
Well, yeah,
I'm not
probably.
sure what it would be, but
Well, shots with the women will be easier. You know, like it's more like this than like this. So the shoulder, they can do those shoulder scenes, you know, when they hand to each person's face. I mean, that's the only positive that I can see, like, from it. A lot of them wear, like, shoes that have heels.
Well, I also think it's like this. People on camera, they're going to see somebody whose body is proportioned against itself the way they want it to be, which is to say, they're not evaluating scale, right? They can arbitrarily assign whatever scale they want to these various proportionalities. Whereas if you get somebody like me on film, I'm kind of stretched out. It's obvious I'm tall. It would be hard to film me in such a way that my height isn't evident one way or the other. You can film a shorter person and they're not necessarily short or tall in the film, or whatever height you want them to be.
I think if there's not many scenes with like another person, like I think Kate Blanchett's pretty tall for a female. Nicole Kidman's tall for a female, or she's just tall. Who was I thinking of too? Oh, Tilda Swinton. But it's like they don't have. It's a lot of like solo scenes for the most part.
Stephen Irwin shares us the following wisdom: no one die really. If you know what they truly looking for, call me the ferryman. I'm strapped and expect gold coin.
Wow. Expect gold coin. Eric gave me this 50-cent coin.
Right. Well, I give it to you to make a Instagram GIF out of. I wasn't sure how you're going to make a GIF out of the planets. I was there. It could have been the stunt double for Gandalf. Yeah, I could have done that. I can bump my head into things. Do you take chicks out on your boat? Well, if you do, then they must have a high tolerance for seasickness, unnecessary amounts of sun and wind, and other problems incurred by choosing to get on a boat. I don't think I've ever been on a jet ski, so I don't know what that's like, but I do know that in general, being on top of water, isn't that what land is for? Just to even be on top of water, we have to go to all these extra efforts. No thanks. How talkative is Eric in real life? Off stream. Here are moods. I mean, when I'm streaming, what I'm doing is talking. So it's it's not like I'm talkative on stream, you know, because that's what I'm doing when I'm streaming is talking. So it's just that's the activity. Am I actually talkative in real life off of stream? Not really. Not especially. Not anymore. I suspect that's because I'm able to exercise all my need to talk on live streams and have for a long time. I don't feel truncated in my desire to say words in any way. So, you know, in my regular life when I'm not live streaming, which is like maybe these days seems like half the time I'm awake, maybe I'm not live streaming. Well, it depends somewhat on my mood. If I'm in a chatty mood, I might chat with Rachel, but Rachel's usually on her phone and stuff. She's not.
I chat with you. I don't.
Well, what I mean is, Rachel's not open and available for random comments, a steady patter of random comments, because she's paying attention to something. She doesn't easily split her attention between two things.
No, I can't. It's almost impossible. Like every time I would hear the saying, "Women are multitaskers," I'd be like, "I'm not. Like I can't do it for shit."
So anyway, the point is that if I'm gonna be, if I have something to chat, Rachel and I are chatting in general, like we're having a conversation about something, we're in the car maybe, or at dinner or something, then I might make a variety of observations. Rachel might ask questions sometimes about cardinal function types and stuff. If she's got ideas about it, instead of presenting it as, I think Mary should say, do you think this could be a meow? As a way of engaging me about the topic. But depending on my mood, or really independent of my mood, I'm somewhat chatty with myself. Like I talk to myself a lot out loud.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But it's like let's say we're engaging socially with any other extrovert or even somebody trying to extrovert, I'm probably going to take a back seat, and say, okay, well, good. This person can extrovert. I'll just
you do.
chill.
Oh, the TV.
Because like one thing that is revealed as well by this thing that I'm doing is that I like to communicate on my terms, and socializing in general isn't necessarily on my terms. It's not about my terms, right? It's just people chatting with each other or whatever.
Would you like a reading?
Sure.
Okay. General, love and relationships, career, health, spirituality, open topic.
Career.
Okay.
I'll find out about my upcoming career.
Career SWOT analysis. I don't know what that means.
Career what?
SWOT. SWOT, all capitals.
I have no idea what that means. Probably like, maybe is this astrology or tarot?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that could stand for.
I think it's sort of like
Maybe you click it, maybe it'll say what it stands for.
it'll take me to the.
Yeah, well, click that one. Do that one.
Okay.
SWOT. SWOT. Well, T. I guess it's only the T. These are the cards you have for me and my career as a yee. I always feel like somebody watching me. I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, I feel mostly like people are not watching me. When I go outside, I see people going about their business and not watching me. I'm not sure why. Obviously, even if we're going about the exact same business, watching me do it has got to be more interesting than them doing it themselves.
Want me to read your reading? It is quite long.
Yes, please. Give me don't give me the full extended explanation of each card. Just give me the quick and dirty.
Sure. Strengths, the Emperor.
Oh, it's man. King of Kings.
Emphasizing structure. This is in the past.
Oh, it was me, not anymore.
Yeah, this is past strengths. Fathering, emphasizing structure, exercising authority, regulating.
Regulate, motherfuckers.
Weaknesses, judgment.
Oh. I've got poor judgment.
Making a judgment, feeling reborn, hearing a call, finding absolution. Opportunities, Queen of Cups. Loving, tender-hearted, intuitive, psychic, spiritual.
I got the opportunity to love.
Threats, Five of Cups. Suffering loss, feeling bereft, feeling regret.
Wait, what's the frame on this one again?
Threats.
Threats.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling bereft, loss. Okay, that's obviously always a threat.
Strengths. The strength card. Present. Present strength. The strength card.
So my strength is strength?
Yeah. Showing strength, being patient, being compassionate, achieving soft control. Weaknesses, the Tower. going through sudden change, releasing, falling down, having a revelation.
Boy, I mean, tell me something I don't already know. My strength is strength and my weakness is disaster.
Opportunities. The Four of Wands. Celebrating, seeking freedom, feeling excited.
So opportunities is Four of Wands.
Yep.
Okay.
Threats. Six of Swords. Feeling the blues, recovering, traveling.
I'm not sure how it's really a threat, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I mean, feeling the blues threatens your general vibe and, you know, happy-go-lucky nature, I guess.
Yeah, it does. Strengths. In the future. Four of Swords. Resting, contemplating, quietly preparing.
Right. So what's the context of that one again?
Strengths. In the future.
In the future, and that's what again?
The Four of Swords.
Which means contemplation.
Resting, contemplating, quietly preparing.
Okay, cool. My future strength again.
Weaknesses, which I don't see how it could be a weakness.
Future weakness?
In the future, 10 of Cups. Feeling joy, enjoying peace, looking to the family.
Well, I mean, it could mean that you're not being vigilant enough, proactive, and sort of building too comfortable resting on your laurels or something. I don't know. Could mean that.
Yeah, sure. Opportunities, Page of Wands. Be creative, be enthusiastic, be confident, be courageous.
No, wait, what's the kind? I'm sorry. Say the whole thing you did again, because I keep looking at the chat and I completely unable to process your words.
Sure. Opportunities, Page of Wands. Be creative, be enthusiastic, be confident, be courageous.
All right, Commando. Issuing all those commands.
Threats, King of Wands. Creative, inspiring, forceful, charismatic, bold.
So, a possible threat then too bold in my TE visions?
Maybe.
Possibly, but I'm not that bold in my TE visions.
No.
I'm pretty, like, oh dear God. Can we have a vision that has as little actual ongoing TE as possible, please? We are born into a sin, and we can't trust our neighbors. That's to be born into the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull cards. A card. I'm just gonna do one for people.
Like Stephen Irwin, perhaps?
Yeah, Stephen Irwin's first. Irwin, you get a card.
You're not born a sinner, obviously, dear Irwin. You accumulate sin only after you understand and behave in contrast to that understanding. Remember, you're not born a sinner. You're born a beautiful lady named, what card is this? Empress. The Empress. You were born the Empress, okay? Instead of fixating on the sinner you will become, fixate on the goddess within and yoga your way to your salvation.
Okay, show me, you're next.
You gotta yoga your way to salvation.
Yes, yes.
You gotta yoga your way on vacation.
You know you gotta do it.
And then you gotta say namaste to everybody. I bow to you and also you. 'Cause I'm so enlightened, fuck yeah. called Eastern Nonsense Song.
Show media.
Steve Irwin could be a drunk Mike Hart, says Hero Lamb. I have posited that Mike Hart may indeed have come around here under various guises on a few occasions. I was positing, however, he might be the person who calls me old man all the time. So who's this for?
Show media.
Show media. Look at you, big boy. You're the biggest boy of the early stages of the major arcana.
Yep.
Maybe that's not a huge claim to make, the biggest boy of the early stages of the major arcana, but nevertheless, you've got magic. Cast the spell with your magic. Congratulations. You can take that magic to the bank, have them change it into $7 bills.
Dallas, you're next.
Dollars is next. Mushrooms equals beer/wine. LSD equals bottle of vodka. I mean, yeah, well, right, sort of. Mushrooms is like, your trip may get more and more intense, but it's always like going in like this. Acid, different kind of beast once you hit a certain number of mics. I tripped so hard on mushrooms that I think I had a psychotic break, combining with amphetamines. But it wasn't scary, not really, like until kind of after. It wasn't like a hard acid trip, which is just really not fun. Who's this for, Dollars? Oh, Dollars, look. You get the world. Look at all these nice major arcanas. You remind me a lot of that person there, in fact. Naked, draped with a purple sash, with two, what are those things called? Batons, one in each hand.
Yep.
I'll never forget the day that Rachel and I went to go see Dulles' baton performance. He didn't tell us what exactly he was doing. He said, Rachel, Eric, I'd really like for you to come see me. I'll be doing some on stage at the local university. Rachel and I assumed he was lecturing about something, giving a talk or whatever. Instead, he got on the stage wearing nothing but a purple wraparound sash and proceeded to put on the most electrifying baton performance I have ever seen.
We've ever seen.
Yeah. Rachel agrees 100%. He earned every standing up inch of our ovation.
Next one is for me. Who's still here? Who wants to pull?
Who's still here? Who wants to pull? Who wants to know what the future will bring? Did you pull one for me yet?
No, you're next.
All right, cool.
Me. Ooh.
Is that you or me?
Yeah, this is me.
Seven of Swords. Betrayal, exploit. Or exploit, right? So guile. I like the fact that it includes the word exploit because it means different things if it's exploit, like This is one of our exploits. It's like an adventure or something. Or exploit, like being exploitative, or it could also mean simply to exploit resources, natural resources. Although it was going to be called exploitation, is probably not the most desirable conversion of resource to wealth. Whereas you got this seven of swords, an exploit, to sally forth. I would also say that I like that card because I think Rachel and I both have a tendency to um, not look to get ours and get away with it. But therefore, when we do, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Is this for me? Oh, das card. Well, let's see. Transform, release, done. Change, death, 13. You know, it's not just every day for me, not just every hour, every minute. I die and am reborn an entirely new person. Every single minute of every day. So that's nothing new for me.
Is Frida the girl with the curly red hair, Dallas?
Frida of the Penis had curly hair.
Okay, so Ruben's next, then Karma's Pimp.
Yep. Let's see what Ruben gets.
I already pulled for Steve Irwin.
Pukey, 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 pya. You get justice.
Boom!
Ruben. Now you get to decide, Ruben. Are you that guy sitting there, imperious, merciless, fair, impartial, ready to render the judgment upon you justly? Or, I mean, are you standing in front of him getting ready to get the justice rendered? Or are you that guy telling somebody else, here's what's just? It's not clear based on the card.
It's not.
So.
Okay, so next is Karma's Pimp. Then Acacia. Karma's Pimp.
I understand scales. I'm with the power of one. Does the power of one include an understanding of scales? Who is this for again?
Karma's Pimp.
Karma's Pimp? I think you maybe are gonna want another card.
Do you want a clarifier?
Yeah.
Karma's Pimp?
Because this one does say you're devastated, agony, ruin, slain, victim. But let's find out what it means, okay? Let's see what this clarifier does. Can you clarify a little bit? So when you say devastated and in agony and ruined and stuff, can you use a little bit less vague language? Well, what I mean is sociable, chatty, shrewd. Is that more what you want to hear?
I have a suggestion. Maybe it means that a lady who's older than you, or maybe just more mature than you, had bad FE.
Or possibly sexy old lady. Here I come to get on your ass. Rejected. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe that. Maybe that's what you're devastated about. She's like, no, you cannot hump me. All right. Acacia's next? Okay.
Yeah.
My wife 39 and I'm 46.
This one popped out.
This is for Acacia?
Yeah.
healing, dormant, pause, delay, wait, quiet, breath. This is indeed. You could name this person Acacia, I think.
Yeah.
I don't see what card this is. Where is
It's
it?
the Four of Swords.
Oh,
It doesn't say
It
though.
doesn't say anything.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's funny. It's like I'm so accustomed to just reading the words. It could have all four swords as big as it wants. I go like, I don't know what card this is.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, you'll notice the swords aren't stabbing Acacia, but just to be safe, probably wiser for her to lie down for a while.
How about we use the word cards and use them for each person in the chat who wants to be a part of it?
Sure, you want to play.
And then it'll be like a story.
You want to play Chatty word card?
Yeah.
This is scientific name is Chatty word card. Just like the medical name is blood lips.
Oh my god, blood lips makes me so happy.
Can you pull a card for my arm pain? Is it stemming from you flexing too much?
I just put the cards away, but
We're doing these kind of cards. Now.
Yeah.
Okay, show me you. Here I am. Here we go. You get a 4-word sentence for you. Made out of these colorful cards. These are so colorful. Your first word is, hey, look at that. Everybody likes this. It's love.
Aww.
It's one of history's top 10 most popular emotions of all time.
Yeah.
See what your second card is. Oh, look at this. Also in the top 10 of emotions, I guess. Is it's an emotion. I'm not
Especially
sure.
in relationships.
Trust. That's right. Trust and love are your first two words. Oh, this one popped right out. It's yellow. I can't read it. What does it say?
Determination.
Determination. Okay? Caroline, determination. And your fourth word. Where are my glasses anyway?
Yeah.
Where did I put them? I just had them, I thought. I mean, here's these glasses.
I know.
Seems like I just had them like on top of my head or something. Isolation. Okay. It's hard to be determined to trust love in isolation.
Can you say that one more time?
It's hard to be determined to trust love in isolation.
Yeah. So you got that hero lamp? Acacia says she wants one.
All right. So that was hero lamp. It's hard to be determined to trust love in isolation. Now, Acacia, stop.
In the name of love.
Exactly. Before you, consciousness. Stop in the name of consciousness. Okay. Before you, determination. My love. Stop in the name of consciousness before you, determination, my love. Let's see here. Determination will not stop consciousness of love. Okay? You can't stop being conscious of love just because you determine you ought not to. Okay, so keep that in mind. Okay, so you seem like, the kind of person who needs to be taught a lesson about her emotions by me, Eric,
Okay,
sometimes called
Rubenar.
the Wizard of Feelings. I have to go pee, Rachel, while you do this one. It
Okay.
shouldn't be long, but I'll be more than 5 seconds.
Okay, I'll shuffle the cards then.
I'm gonna get started with that, like whatever. I got the door
Okay.
open.
Rubenar. Do not pee, Eric, the Justice card.
Because, hey, look at me, I can go pee, I'm sitting on the toilet.
Ooh, that's a good song.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. Okay, show media once one also. Okay, Ruben. When Ruben was here, I called him Rubenar once by accident. I'm so used to calling him Rubenar. Yeah. I was so casual. I was referring to Ruben and I called him Rubenar. Okay, Rubenar.
Right. Am I what?
Okay, Rubenar. Flow. Next card. Ghost. Protection. And death.
What are the words?
Flow, ghost, protection, death. I have one, but I want to hear yours too when you come back.
You say yours first.
If you go with the flow of the ghost, you'll get protection from death.
Okay. I also went in the same order as you did, which is the order in which you first presented them. I said, flow ghosts as protection from death.
Ah. Did you hear that, Ruben?
Or flow is the ghost of, or in other words, the illusion of being protected from death.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Flow is the ghost of the protection from death.
Yeah.
Cool. Protection from deadly ghosts. Zowie.
Go ahead, Charlie. Sorry.
No, I was just reading what Dulles says. He says, protection from deadly ghosts. Zowie. Okay. Who's next? Is spam just hate mail? No. It's just annoying. Unless it has hateful stuff in it.
but I don't think spam on its own is hate mail. Well, it could mean lonely. Ghost can mean lonely too. That's the whole thing of this card pool. It's how you interpret the words on the card. It's hated mail. It is hated mail, Karma's Pimp, you're right.
What words do we have? Do we have more words?
Show media is next. Do we do show media?
I don't know. What did Stephen Irwin say?
Yeah.
To justify these kind
Yeah, I felt that was a little.
We only got timed up for 10 seconds, but I don't know. I still think somebody should deserve it for some reason. All right, well, let's pull his cards.
Show medias? Or. Steve Irwin.
Well, whoever you're going to do.
I was gonna do show media.
Then you show me it.
Okay.
Pimp last name, hold on. I've got better understanding 100.
Show media, you got ideation. I've never seen this card before.
Ideation? What else?
Disruption.
Disruption. Alright.
Faith.
Faith.
And cleanse.
Cleanse yourself of ideas to disrupt your faith.
Yeah.
Or have faith in the cleansing power of ideational disruption.
It could, ideational disruption can maybe divert your attention from your arm.
Yeah, ideational disruption is called I'm so different and neurodivergent. If you want to be really neurodivergent, then you need to ideate disruptively.
Hi, chat. I think Dulles is next. Did I do Dulles? Like, I can't keep track of like who I've done in terms of reading. I think Dulles is next. And he can make his own if he wants, his own sentence. He could use his any tool if he's still here. Okay, cool. It's alright, I do the same thing. I keep a low profile in like certain situations. Other situations, I can't help myself. I fangirl. Alright, Dulles. Love. Abundance. surrender, creativity. How would you put that in a sentence? Acacia, that I pulled cards for you. I don't remember. Too much of a good thing? That's how you interpret it? I interpret it as if you surrender to the abundance of love, you'll get creativity. Yeah, exactly, Acacia. Creativity, surrender to the love. Della says, I surrender to loving creativity and abundance. That's a good one. I like that too. Thank you, Sophia Carter. That's very sweet of you. The story was that if he like refocuses his mind, that if he has faith that he can change what he is doing. We're doing card pulls. Horse Freak 2322 23 23 23. Hey, January Fix. Acacia.
Horse Freak 2323.
Acacia, you have first card, pain. Next card is cleanse.
Hi, Susie.
Next card is rest. Hi, Susie. And the final card is consciousness. If you're conscious, can I do that? If you're conscious of
What are the words?
Conscious, pain, rest, cleanse, conscious. Consciousness.
Rest and consciousness cleanses pain.
Ooh, that's good. Rest and consciousness cleanses pain.
MD, I have dual Iblam approved. Says, see what he said. He says, Bangia Mathuchad. Well, good for you, Bangia Mathuchad. Oh, are you a heavy judge, Gene Banner? You will note, show media, that your advocacy, instead of, actually, never mind. You're lucky I'm not logged in as me. Well, thanks a lot, Horse Freak 2323, for sharing with us your experience.
That happens.
We
Sometimes
feel,
they smell really bad.
I think we all collectively feel like we're right there with you, enjoying your dogs, etc. Yeah, I was going to. Because after all, I, like MD Ahidul Iblam Apu, am from Bangladesh. I should take away everybody's.
Except for mine, I can.
Red, not you, of course, darling. Don't be ridiculous.
It does need a cleanse though, the mods.
Because most of the mods are mods because I made a mod so they could post a link and
Yeah.
I never unmade a mod.
Yep.
Well, then don't be all abusive of your power by timing out Steve Irwin for 10 seconds for no good reason. I dying. Are you dying or not? Who is she? Who is she? You mean this this woman here? That is my wife, Rachel. Give mod so I can block everyone for FI reasons. Elaine, I totally would trust you to have a moderator status here. See, I don't really want it. But now that you say you might take it away, I'm not even here on that account right now. I'm not even on the account that can take away mods right now. So we're all on even playing field. I'm just Eric Strauss right now, and Eric Strauss has very limited powers.
Suzanne, yours are next. Your cards are next.
All right, Susie, here comes some cards for you. The cards you've been waiting for your whole life.
And Karma's Pimp and Elaine.
Hi, it's like Eric Strauss, as far as YouTube is concerned, is some random dude with like 2 subscribers.
Hey, Squire Bubblingtons.
But unfortunately, YouTube makes me log in as Eric Strauss to watch YouTube TV. So I end up most of the time being logged in as Eric Strauss when I'm talking to famous people these days. Go ahead, Rachel.
Suzanne, creativity.
Creativity. This is your first word. All right? You don't even have to create it. We're creating it for you with these cards.
Energy.
Energy. Also, they say you can't make energy out of nothing. We just did. Well, from
Space.
India, Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram, you as well. Ranjan Kumar. Jai Shri Ram all the way down. And this one is space. Next. On your last card, well, I am actually 52 and she is 39. So,
Yeah.
there you go. Aren't I a wonderfully lucky gentleman? Yes, I am. Caution. Okay, so who are these ones for?
Suzanne.
Suzanne. Creativity requires space. Be cautious with your energy. Creativity requires space. Be cautious with your energy. Oh, or 80s. So I'm surprised that your assessment of how old I looked was, in your initial assessment, was off by a full 20 years.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Given that your initial assessment was 22 full decades younger than your secondary assessment, ought we perhaps wonder about whether we should rely on you to make such assessments? When the going gets tough, I squint my face a bit. My wife is 39 and I'm 46, says Steve Irwin. Congratulations for you and your wife, both having ages and being.
Social media, my brother is a horse. And I read this book that says that people in China, when they hear of a horse and rat couple, they're like, no, don't do it.
See, so somebody said before that they thought, I think it was Hero M said, You could imagine Stephen Irwin as a drunk Mike Hart. Well, this horse freak stuff, that stuff I think of as being more like, especially horse freak's point being that I'm old, right? That I look old, that I am old. This theme of old man, yada yada. I think I'm hypothesizing, imagining that might be Mike Hart. Um, and this would be consistent with that, you know. Went out this weekend. Old friend was like, "How long have we known each other?" Me, since the year my husband was born. Yeah. All right. Magic. Hey, what can you say? Horse fanatic, whatever your name was, 2323. Do
Oh
you believe
yeah,
in magic?
Elaine is next. I forgot.
Elaine. Sorry, Elaine. My bad. Oh, there's a card for you. First card is anger. Maybe you're a little bit angry at being forgotten. Okay. Your wife older than your zodiac. My wife is older than my zodiac.
It's true.
My zodiac is 38. My wife is 39.
Mm-hmm.
Just barely older, but yeah.
A baby pig.
I am a baby pig. All right, Elaine, you also get this one, growth. Okay, let's find out what the number 2, number 3, and 4 ones are. Do I know what a computer adaptive test is? No. Can you explain specifically what it is? I could imagine possible meanings for the terms. Balance. Okay. And your last word is niggity. Flow. By balancing anger and flow, you attain growth.
Wise.
Yes. Or you could say anger disrupts the balance of flow and inhibits growth. If you want to be purely negative about anger. Depends on your feelings about anger, I guess.
Like I was like so upset when I found out that I was year of the rat. I always thought I was year of the ox because in second grade we learned about the Chinese New Year, and our teacher taught us that 85 was year of the ox. So I went around until college, thinking that I was an ox, but then I took a test online and I did it over and over and over and it kept on saying rat and I couldn't explain why. I didn't get why. I was like, no, it's wrong. It's got to be wrong. And it was turned out that I was wrong because like the Chinese New Year starts in January or February and I was a year before, so.
Jeremiah Fix, what would be the point of this? Like, what would this thing be assessing? Computer adaptive test. One has to answer the question just right, or you'll only get easy questions from then on. And if you only get easy questions, your score will be too low to pass. What would possibly be the purpose of structuring a test like that? If you don't answer the first question just right, then all the other questions thereafter are just theater, question theater. You've already guaranteed to lose.
It's like Monopoly.
Why make you go through all those extra questions? Just to obscure the nature of the test or something? What a horrible idea.
Fly guy, I know what you know like about what you mean about bias eye test. I did it for Eric and myself. Eric is year of the pig, hour of the dragon, and
Day of the Horse, and I'm a rat who's Time of the Pig and Day of the Rabbit. Yeah, he has Day of the Horse.
I'm, Fortnite of the Tunicorn. Cards and card combinations are the single most construct to get us in touch with a singular quantum force. For quantum woo, what you say there is not entirely false. Cards are the straightforwardest way to attain something that, from all of our understanding as an observer, comprises random. And obviously, before you turn a card over, which card you have is in a state of superposition. We can understand quantum concepts by using playing cards or these kind of cards. And accordingly, Joker Jake, your first word is passion. You're clearly very passionate about your quantum woo. Now, let's find out what your second card is. I don't mean it in the most dismissive sense of woo. I just mean words. Mystery. You're passionate. You got mystery. You got number 3. I like this one because it lets you tinker with it as much as you want. What does this say?
Hunger.
Hunger. And the last one, this one. Faith. Your hunger for mystery is your passion for faith.
Whoa.
Wow. Let's smoke more pot, smoke more pot. Let's smoke more pot, smoke more pot. Jerking's not for people who can't get laid. Sometimes individuals just feel like autoeroticizing. It's not good or bad, it's neutral.
Actually, for like men, it's like supposed to be like a regular, like you've said it before. It's supposed to be like a kind of self-care thing.
Yeah, if you're not having regular sexual intercourse, you to maintain your prostate health, you need to ejaculate regularly.
Yeah.
Alla Daniel. You know what you remind me a lot of? That horse guy. 2323. Horse 2323. You remind me a lot of him and some other, sock puppety kind of people lately. And I wonder, I wonder. Why you have decided to take this strangely single-minded and ultimately horribly doomed strategy of calling me old. Well,
Don't forget Jeremiah Fix.
Jeremiah Fix is getting cards.
Yeah.
Here you go, Jeremiah. Here's some cards for you. What is Susie talking about? She's talking about Hero Lamb's interesting choice of signaling. I don't know what she's referring to. Anyway, this is for whom again?
Jeremiah Fix.
Jeremiah Fix. You got Ghost. You got Trust.
Don't incels think of themselves like that?
Oh yeah, that is kind of a shitty thing to say, Susie. I mean, kind of shitty thing to say here, Lamb. Death. And so what else you got? Jeremiah Fix. confidence. Trusting that death makes ghosts will give you confidence.
Nice.
It's true, you know, it's like where else could ghosts possibly come from? If not death. And, you know, even if I would never betray my wife, I'm not that kind of person, Stephen Irwin. Nobody needs to tell me that. What was I gonna do? You know, I was gonna, I don't remember exactly what it was.
It's true, Stever, when I do.
Yes, she loves me and I love she, and together we're Mr. and Mrs. Rachel Ark. So anyway, well, I mean, it represents an area of weakness potentially where people have trouble, quote unquote, getting laid, or it may represent a genuine preference for a long term relationship and finding getting laid to be more harm than good, you know? Right? It's it's undeniable that people who don't find dating or whatever easy, that they are less good at something than people who do find it easy, right? No disputing that, but if I recall correctly, Hero Lamb, you have voiced plenty of moralist disapproval of sleeping around. So, I mean, what's the alternative to sleeping around?
I like that, Suzanne. Or strength not being a hoe.
You can do what you want, JF. What's JF mean?
All I can think is just fine. Or
Well, Darwinism would suggest so, JF. I don't think that jerking off to porn is that different from sleeping around, really. I mean, at least mentally, anyways. I mean, it's fucking insane. They're completely different because one of them involves two human beings and the other one involves just yourself.
yeah.
One of them is masturbation, the other is having sex with somebody. They couldn't be any starkly and more obviously different. Jeremiah Fix is JF.
What do you mean, Steve Irwin? Number 2 on your channel has Down syndrome. Oh, Jeremiah Fix.
Well, you get
Only
why I
was
wouldn't
mine.
get that JF, but because there's no comma for it. No, if you're masturbating porn, you aren't using anybody, right? You're watching a video. It's incorrect to say that you are using them in any way, shape, or form. They have no connection whatsoever to your relationship with this video that was made of them sometime in the past, right? I'm not saying that nobody got used by anybody. I'm saying the person watching porn and masturbating to it isn't using anybody or exploiting anybody or cheating, you know? It's ridiculous. I mean, if it's a live interaction with like if it's a video conference, then that's a different matter, right? Then you're engaging literally with another human being.
Let's ask Rachel what.
I would not, in any way, shape, or form, suggest that watching a video is the same as engaging with somebody in a sex chat room or something. Very, very different.
That is different because that's also like I think of that as emotional cheating.
Because not emotional, it's just cheating in general, because that involves what? Two people.
Yeah, it does.
And masturbating to a video involves one person, therefore is masturbation. Autoeroticism is acceptable as not cheating within a relationship, whereas in eroticism with a third party is not acceptable.
I learned, Karma's Pimp, that it's not good to retain your semen. Like, it's also, either extreme is not good.
So it's okay to masturbate watching someone through a window? I mean, again, that would be a live thing happening, right? That would not be a video of something that was staged to be something that men masturbate to, right?
Thank you. I do love him.
Hi, Capio. Welcome.
I mean, it's a clear, bright line here, Lamb. We're not ending up in some disagreement spot where we normally disagree or something like that. Either your sex act involves another human being, which means they are engaging with you responsibly, like a actual live human being, right? Engagement with a live human being, or it doesn't. If it doesn't engage with another live human being, then it's just a form of autoeroticism. Whether the other thing is a sex doll or a video online or whatever, it's not another human being. It's a clear, bright line. Emotionally and mentally, they aren't that different. Yeah, they're as different as I can kick this thing because it's not a human being, like this, right? This thing, let's say. But I can't kick an actual human being. Because why? Actual human beings require you to engage with them in interactive ways. A video of somebody, me watching some other people having sex, it's both the case that when that actually happened, I was not there watching it live. It is the case that they have no idea or any engagement at all. There's no way for me to even possibly engage with any of the people involved in that, let alone me actually engaging with them. So it's insane to think that as clear and bright a line as whether or not it involves another living human being actually being alive and engaging with you is something other than a clear, bright line is completely fucking batshit crazy, dude. I don't know what to tell you. That does not represent any kind of emotional wisdom or intellectual wisdom or anything. It's just pure insanity. No, you're not still. You're not using anybody, right? If some people decide to make a porn video and then they upload it to the internet, you're not using anybody, right? You're accessing a video as a masturbation aid. You're not using people by watching that video any more than you would be using somebody if you included Vaseline in your masturbation. It may facilitate your masturbation. No, I'm not very enthusiastic about porn videos. I'm trying to make clear to Hero Lamb that his notion that miggity meow is insane, right? How do you solve being single then without using somebody? Asks Suzanne. And my point would be the question here is not whether or not one should masturbate or whatever, or watch porn or not. I don't give a fuck. But the question is whether or not it comprises a form of infidelity or betrayal of some kind. Well, no, it doesn't, because, as I've indicated, you are by yourself in every conceivable way. Not only are you by yourself, you've taken extra measures to make sure you stay by yourself. You've used your incognito browser window, and you've made sure your wife is fast asleep or whatever, right? It's the exact opposite of engaging with another person. So the point is, that's a clear, bright line, and we should all acknowledge that it's a clear, bright line. So it's not mushy, right? It's cut and dry. Right. And obviously, Hero Lamb, I'm not going to find it arousing to watch videos in which people are being hurt or not enjoying themselves, or obviously being subjected to some kind of abuse that they'd rather not be subjected to. Any such video would horribly disturb me, you know? So, deal with it. You might not approve of them enjoying what's going on in this video, whatever it may be. Whether it's just, just the kind of porn I like to watch is just a man and a woman in kind of a fuzzy lens, just gently and lovingly kissing one another. That's what I like to watch. Anyway, the point is this, the point is, whatever it is you're watching, if or not it's two people genuinely doing what they want because they're enjoying it, that's a totally separate question. If you want to talk about instances where that's not the case, those are bad for reasons unrelated to the thing in general.
I don't understand. Here, let me say, well, porn is more pathetic than sleeping around. At least they could graduate to that level. What?
I mean, first of all, masturbation takes very little time and effort. Whereas sleeping around takes a long time. Would you be more okay with it, Hero Lamb, if a person masturbated just to the porn in their imagination? Because it's not it's not the case that every single time I masturbate it's to porn. So
No.
therefore, is it okay in those instances when it's not to porn, and
Makes
it's
me
not
sad.
okay in the instances where it is to porn? And are we next gonna police what I'm imagining in my head and determine if that's okay?
Then what about pornographic magazines, right? Like, I'm sure there's still people who like use that. I mean, not as much anymore, I'm sure, but
You have to be pretty old to still have pornographic magazines.
yeah.
But I'm sure there are still boxes of them in people's garage or
Oh,
whatever.
sure. You want to go outside?
Okay, well, here I am. You know, don't worry about them. I'll worry about me. Okay. Maybe you're right here, Lamb, but other people, they insist on sleeping around anyway, despite your correctness. So you've given people a real shitty deal here. Either they choose the dead end of sleeping around, or they're a loser who masturbates. So, I mean,
I like that Karma's Pimp, your mom's Victoria's Secret catalogs. It used to be like that.
right. Swimsuit edition
Yeah,
of the Sports Illustrated magazine.
yeah.
How about actually valuing people as human beings? You know, I, that's all well and good, here I am. But what if, for example, in order to actually value people as human beings, I don't ever rub one out, and then I have a nocturnal emission because my dream was bad? Am I going to be policed on my dream now? Like, not every load of cum represents a a statement on your relationship with human beings in general, for fuck's sake, or women or whatever.
Hi, Carrot, and you're right. Um, Carolyn did start it.
Look, I'm guilty of like forgetting this too. Forgetting what? That you position yourself as either a loser or a slut. I mean, it's like keeping in mind that when let's say I watch a YouTube video of some lady talking about TikTok, Mandela, paranormal effect shit, I am neither valuing nor devaluing this person. The only possible way I could even be conceivably accused of doing that by simply watching this video is if I chose to engage with it in some way, either thumbs upping it, valuing it, and even then I'm dealing with the video, not the person, right? So the idea that somehow my observation of a video links to how much I value or don't value the people in the video is just silly and nuts. Since when does that apply to any kind of video that we watch? Oh, I really liked that movie a lot. Therefore, I think Toby Maguire is a great guy. No, obviously not, you know?
Where I'm wrong, though, maybe, like, where I feel like I'm wrong, like, I go against, like, it's really hard for me to, like, knowing that part of Tobey Maguire, like, makes me not want to, like, watch his films. Because, like, I can't stand him, pretty much.
Yeah, I know. I don't believe him at all anymore. I see it as evil. My neighbor made me a really cute bird-inspired snowman with tree branches as wings.
Oh, that's cute.
I am absolutely delighted to hear that, Carrot, because that helps me to reflect on the following thing. Hallmark wintertime quaintness is not behind us yet. Sure, it feels like it now. It feels like an early spring, but it is still January. God damn it.
Yep, and they say like the El Nino is gonna come in, so
Yeah, it's been hanging around, sort of scouting out the scene, sniffing around the outskirts of California. You're welcome for the cards earlier. I didn't say excuse me. You're right. I didn't, but I should have. I'm not sure why. I tell you what, Joker, Jake, I'm gonna get you some other kinds of cards too, since you're so into cards. That seems fair, just, and reasonable. I'm gonna get you one of these cards, okay? I'm gonna get you 3 of these cards. You're gonna get a 3-card pull, a patented Eric 3-card pull. From this deck right here, this is what it looks like on one side. You get 1 card.
it's true that hurt people hurt people.
It is true that hurt people hurt people. There's 2 cards, and there's 3 cards. Whereas you don't have to be hurt at all to be wrong. Like KE's obvious lack of hurt at the hands of school no doubt contributed to her appalling wrongness on the subject. Okay, so Joker Jake, first card you get is this one. And this one is something tells me I've lost my glasses again. I found them. It's good news.
That is good news.
The Lovers. Okay? Wow, you got the Lovers and the Magician and the Princess of Swords. I think the message here is cast your magic on the Princess of Swords and ye shall have her as your lover. If you cast your magic on the Princess of Swords, then sweet sexual ecstasy that Hero Lamb will both approve and disapprove of concurrently. Deeming you both not a loser because you're not whacking it, but also a horrible, evil slut guaranteed to pursue a dead end future. That's what I call the Hero Lamb double bind. Look, you're a loser if you rub it out, and you're an irredeemable whore if you don't. Okay? So, what's the alternative? Value people. How does that make you come? I'm not sure really, but you know. Is it really an alternative to masturbation and having sex if it doesn't make you come? Like valuing people. I like to think I value people all the time, right? Like I go to the store, I value the cashier enough to say hi, how you doing? Hope you have a nice day, etc.
Oh my god, Seven is a good movie, but I only could see it once because it freaked me out so much.
Jake says, I need Jesus. What if I already have Jesus, Jake? Are you sure that I don't have? You should have really asked if I had Jesus already before telling me whether I needed them or not, right? Now, Susie, I'm going to aspire to hero in this world. So that just by valuing people as I move through the world, just by being polite to the waitress or, you know, saying thanks to the guy at the hardware store, those basic kinds of people valuing just cause me to come, just come so much in my pants. I would have a really orgasm filled day. I'd also need to change my pants a lot, obviously. But I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to train my body to find valuing people orgasm inducing.
I got a penis, a scrotum.
A pair of testicles. I value all of you. Now join my 18 plus Discord server. Hey, you down to value? So, I'm not really looking for any kind of big commitment or long term strings attached or whatever. But would you like to go down to, I don't know, Starbucks and just kind of spend the evening valuing each other? Because I could really use a good hard valuing right now. So, Judy, how did it go last night? Oh my God, Vanessa, he valued me so hard. I have never been valued like that before, let me tell you. He was all like, you have worth based on who you are rather than what you do. I was just like, oh God, value me more. And it's like, I refuse to reduce you to any of your group labels. You are whole and complete as an individual. You are the goddess within. And then I just filled up a whole trough they put under the table for my vaginal juice. I have never felt so valued before. I felt wrung out like a dish rag afterwards. Anyway, after we were done valuing each other, we both lit a cigarette. And I'm like, I can't believe neither of us is even panting. And he said, and I'll never forget this, he said, hey, it's not that hard to value somebody as inherently beautiful as you. You know, it's easy for me to imitate that because that is exactly how Rachel and I make love. I say, hey, I just want you to know how holistically complete and special you are. What a beautiful human being you are. And then she says, and I too want to express to you, Eric, that I see your worth. I see it, it glows from you. Like, I don't know, radioactivity or something. And like, while we're having sex, I'm like, you are not just for fucking. You are instead a whole human being full of all kinds of things besides just holes. As I'm humming Rachel, I'm saying to her out loud, you are so much more than just your holes. And I value all the parts of you, even the parts that aren't holes or boobs. You know, I sing to her things like, I believe there's value in your person. Deep inside, you're so valuable. It's a panty dropper every time, needless to say. I'm sorry, Caroline. I'm just having fun with the idea. I'm not really teasing you or anything. I don't mean to be anyway. Please, please understand that I just think it's a funny idea. In other words, here, Lamb, I want you to know how much I value you, okay? I value you for who you are. I'm not trying to shit on you for saying this funny thing. I'm trying for us to both value each other together and enjoying it. By the way, having valued you that much right now, I obviously have to change my underwear. It's sticky, it's gross. It's like, oh, God. I wish I had never learned to correlate valuing and orgasming so 1 to 1, a strength of 1. That's why I can't even say, like, thank you, have a nice day. It goes like that every time. I think Rachel's listening to having a little dance party inside. Rachel's having her own private dance party. I think she's listening to this. Maybe that weird Indian song that somebody linked the other day, or Pakistani or whatever. Kind of sounds like that, maybe. I'm not sure what she's listening to. Oh my gosh. I need my glasses. I can't say for sure what I think I see. I'll have to go inside. Oh, they're on my head. Sitting on people is hard. It takes a long time, and people tend to wriggle around. It me. Oh, she's listening to the Beatles, actually. What about Eric on the toilet, Eric's jeans with no belt? And now that you realize that, what are you going to do? What am I going to do about what? Which lady is protesting about what? Hey, watch it, man. Hey, man, watch it. The whole cosmos fell down so you could tech shit. Universe, we all are too. What? I don't shit on anybody. Nor do I want to watch anybody shit on anybody. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting. Horrible. Was it slow, Cosmos, to be left standing in pain at corner? I'm with the power of all. You are? Is that the power of communism? Oh, BBO man. Your glasses, you can't see without your glasses. You're right about that. You're making me crazy. You're driving me mad, but that's all right. I mean, really no fuss as long as you're next to me, just the two of us. Oh, well, that's nice. Here we are. I wouldn't say it's just the two of us, because there's actually a few other people around. I like it that way. It prevents you from getting too fresh with me. I know from your own admission about your seductive prowess. I'm coming in, Rachel. Can we make the environment copyright safe? What are you listening to?
Applause by Lady Gaga.
Mm. You were also listening to the Beatles.
I was.
Something about floating downstream.
Relax.
Relax your mind and
No,
float downstream. We are meowing. We are meowing. Hi, I'm far on the fringes of Jack Talcott enjoyers.
I don't know who Jack Talcott is. Do you know?
I think Jack Talcott is one of the people on the flow state panel.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, but I could be mistaken.
Eric is right. He said.
Gaga's pretty sexy.
It's funny because I feel like we said that she had masculine energy. Didn't we say that?
I don't think she's sexy at all.
Some people do. There will be applause, applause, applause.
She's got kind of like, I guess, dominatrix energy.
Not when she first came out. She just seemed like a rave. Sort of rave. Pop.
Kind of like a cross between Madonna, Katy Perry, and Bjork.
Yeah. Let's see what else I have on my. I'm not gonna play it out loud.
I think if you had a celebrity calculator and you put in Katy Perry, Madonna plus Bjork equals, it would say Lady Gaga.
It should.
I think I've got the equation exactly right.
I feel like Cher is in there somewhere.
Cher. Okay. Let's nix Madonna and replace Madonna with Cher. Okay, so now you've got a little bit of Katy Perry, because she's a pretty good songwriter.
Yeah.
A little bit of Cher, because she's got the most ridiculous headdresses. A little bit of Bjork, because she's just got at least 14% just whack job fucking. You know, I guess you might call it NIFI, run amok.
NIFI?
That's what I think of Bjork is. NIFI, run amok.
Oh.
It's like, I have an idea, and it's mine, and I love it. And it doesn't matter how terrible this is, because I'm cute. And I'm from Iceland. Carrot, that's mean. Seek help. I think Steven's fine. He's just a guy claiming to be a dead man and saying a lot of things that don't make any sense. That's fairly standard. Doesn't trigger any red flags to me. Maybe Stephen Irwin really believes himself to be the ghost of Steve Irwin.
It feels really good to go through my playlist and get rid of like bad songs.
Yeah.
Clean up some space.
Stephen, is Eric on shrooms without being on shrooms?
He's definitely on shrooms, but he's probably coming down, I'd expect.
Yeah. I can't both be on shrooms without being on shrooms. I can't both be on shrooms and not be on shrooms.
Yeah.
Who came down chimney? Was it Red Nosed Reindeer? We going be bought back, get more solid soul had nothing to do with it. Okay. Righto. Makes perfectly good sense to me. No, he's nothing like me on shrooms. Me on shrooms, even when I shit ton of shrooms, I still make perfectly good sense. At best, I'm overly amused by things that aren't that funny. At worst, I'm having to explain my school is shitty to KE while I'm on mushrooms, occupying much of my attention and kind of suppressing the whole mushroom thing during the process. Everyone can call me old. Everybody get it out of your system. Everybody just say, Eric, you are old. And Elaine, you know what? It's fine for you to not like cheese. Even if you willfully forget to eat plenty of cheese on a regular basis, I'm a very forgiving man. Maybe it's a second or third language, don't be rude, Bill. Fair enough, Elaine. And I appreciate your FI policing of things. Never hurts to err on the side of kindness. And certainly something that not just I, but possibly other people here too, benefit from occasionally being reminded of. I'm fresh like a newborn babe.
Yeah, he is.
Thanks, Elaine. That's because I was just yesterday born. I was born again, this time from Rachel's womb. She's not my biological mother, so I can still hump her. It's fine. I just needed to crawl up in there for a while. She goes, babies are like old people, and old people are like babies. Oh, well, I guess that's why I'm like a newborn babe. Because I'm so very, very old. How old am I now? If I got a year older every time somebody said I was old, based on the last 6 months or so, let's call it 2 months, I'd be well into my 90s, I'm sure. Maybe well into my hundreds. Jesus means all born in Bethlehem, and Zeus is with all. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that Jesus means that everybody was born in Bethlehem and that we all have Zeus in us. It's fine. I don't consider it harassment. I just consider it an interesting trend, so to speak, or I see it as a pattern suggesting a single party that's not happy with me and can correctly draw a distinction between their own youth and my very advanced age. Baby Jesus ate the last piece of the apple pie.
Does
Is
that make him like does that get him in trouble?
Well, it's, I think a good idea for a country song would be, I get it, Jesus, you'll forgive me, but will I forgive you for eating the rest of the pie?
I think Trouble would say no.
I don't know what ontological means, but it's used a lot in these circles. It means like um, relating to your fundamental person and being rather than say your behavior or words. So if I tell you there's something wrong with you because you're displaying the wrong emotion right now or something, that comprises ontological assault because it's not something you can legitimately critique. Now, critiquing your behavior or your words, that's legitimate critique, at least potentially. So it doesn't comprise ontological critique. Ontological assault is a loaded term I use to point out the damaging impacts of ontological critique. Criticism kills love, and by and large, people don't need to be informed more about their shortcomings. They need to be informed that there's nothing wrong with them and they have value as they are. As per Hero Lamb's thing, that I think is very funny as a way of solving the need to ejaculate, but I don't think is wrong fundamentally, you know. Not me Googling taxonomy every damn time. I think it's also, I mean specific things when I'm using those terms, or in other words, I'm using them to draw specific distinctions. When I say taxonomy, I'm using it to say taking a pile of things and dividing them up into groups. The groupings aren't entirely arbitrary, but they're not, there's not just one right way to group them. So, for most things that one might taxonomy, the lines are a little less clear cut than, say, reptiles, fish, birds, mammals. Obviously, even with animals, you've got creatures on the margins like the duck-billed platypus or whatever. Why not use classification? Because a taxonomy is organizing, at least purportedly, against naturally occurring lines. Whereas a classification system, you can classify things however arbitrarily you want, So the point of a taxonomy is purportedly comprehensive, right? It sections off things such that everything within that qualifies as the thing being taxonomied fits in definitively to one section and not another. So the point is, when I use the term, I'm saying at best, like socionics is attempting to produce a taxonomy of bifurcations they can arbitrarily make without distinguishing between which ones of them represent something architectural or mechanical, something we can test directly, which are just correlates of the thing we can test directly, which are meow meow meow, right? And it's appropriate to taxonomy something that should be taxonomy, like the animal kingdom. But while you can taxonomy something like the solar system, and say we've got things that are planets, things that are suns, things that are moons, things that are interstellar objects like comets, etc. At least if you're doing that, you're explicitly aware I am just classifying all the objects in the solar system as kinds of objects. I'm not attempting to model it, right? The problem that cognitive functions have is that you've got people referencing the dynamism of the system with taxonomies as frames. So that's obviously dumb. We have things that are all projections on the holographic dome. I would like, in general, to speak more simply with fewer $10 words, you know. The thing is, when you're talking about philosophical stuff and or when you're trying to do intellectual work, I don't know. I have long habituated myself to trying to use exactly the right word in every situation. And sometimes that's a big word, you know? Like there's not a single word that encapsulates the notion of supervention, except supervention, you know, supervenes. The idea that Mia's existence cannot be except that Mia's existence comes before it. Like, for example, the color of my hair supervenes on the existence of my hair. If I am born bald and never grow any hair, then we can never have any answer to the question of what color my hair is because the color of my hair supervenes on it existing. So the thing is, supervenes is one of those words that I've got two choices, right? I can express myself fluidly and precisely, or I could express myself less fluidly, just as precisely, but more understandably. Like explain what supervention is instead of using the term, or say it like because this thing is predicated on that, which is a rougher explication of the same concept. The thing is, it's difficult to both be a word precisionist and not and not be precise with one's words. I try not to use fancy words that don't have a specific meaning that I don't have access to by a simpler word. But I nevertheless am, enamored of language. I always have been. And, you know, I will always be something of a fancy talker. It's, it's like I'm not going to engage in self-loathing to back up other people's critiques of it as um, me trying to sound fancy or me being needlessly verbose or whatever. I may be somewhat guilty of that sometimes, but fuck all y'all. That's who I is, bitches. Right. Well, thanks, my guy. Anyway, I think it's about time to wrap up this live stream. It's been going on for a long time, I think. Perhaps 1,000 years.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I could eat something. Are you hungry?
I could eat. I was gonna make myself a cup of noodles. Would you like a cup of noodles or
I'd like a cup of noodles.
Okay.
I definitely would prefer a cup of noodles over a cup of poodles. What's not a word? Your mom? No, your mom is not a word. She's a human being, okay? An important, very sexy human being. Cup of poodles is barely 1/20th of a poodle. I mean, I think it's, let's be honest, with the Cup of Poodles company trying to maximize profit at every turn, you barely get 1/100th of even a miniature poodle in a single cup of poodles. It's mostly filler, just a teeny bit of it is poodle. It's like they realized if they mix in tofoodle, as it's called, which is tofu that's meant to taste like poodle, with a real poodle, people can't even tell the difference. Cup of poodles. That's my business idea, bank. Yeah, I want a loan for $1 million. Well, before I'm gonna need to buy a lot of poodles, I'm gonna have to make a recipe of basically like poodle soup. Um, look, I don't want to skimp. I don't want to get mutts. The part poodle and part something else. That's why I need the $1 million.
What kind of dog are we getting?
No, I'm opening a business. Cup of poodles.
Cup of poodles?
Yeah, it's basically it takes advantage of the cup of noodles name, except instead of serving noodles in your cup, it's poodle meat.
It's poodle meat?
Yeah, poodle meat with vegetables and other spices. Also, some tofu that's been made to look like poodle meat a little bit to save on costs. Because it turns out, if you're going to make as many units of cups of poodles as there are cup of noodles, you're going to go through poodles a lot more quickly than you expect. So that's why I need the loan from the bank.
Oh, that's the reason why I need a loan from a bank.
Well, I mean, we don't have the money for that many
No.
poodles.
No.
I mean, I'm planning on going not just county-wide, but maybe the whole tri-county area with my initial distribution.
What's the Tri-County area?
Madera, Merced, Mariposa. The three M's.
No, I don't.
Yeah. I've never heard it referred to as such before. I just kind of made it up.
It kind of is, though.
Yeah. I mean, if you were going to name three counties to comprise a tri-county area, including Mariposa, you definitely have to have Madera on there because we share a lot of border with Madera County.
Yes.
And you go that away, you just get national forest. So you get Yosemite, and then past Yosemite is a whole different thing. And then, so what are you left with? You're left with either Merced County, it could be Body and nominate Stanislaus County, I suppose. Could get try to bolster our street cred and include Fresno County in there. I don't really want Fresno as part of our tri-county area. So
Try is 3, so.
yeah, you can't have a quad county area. That's just nobody knows. Now everybody knows counties come in tries. The tri-county
Isn't there-
fair.
4 like sections or sectors of Portland. Wasn't or Lou was saying it's like they call it a quadrants, but there's actually like a 5th one, and
All right.
yeah,
The 5 quadrants.
yeah, 5 quadrants.
Oh yeah. What should they call the quadrant equivalent for 5? A quadrant?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've not heard that word before. That's probably why people call them the 5 quadrants.
I mean, yeah,
Let's just call them the 5 areas.
yeah, 5 areas. 5 areas in Portland.
Or 5 sections.
Yeah, section, sector.
Or they could take from New York and call them the 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
How many boroughs are there in New York?
Boroughs?
Yeah. How many boroughs in New York? I'm gonna Google it.
There's Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens. I don't know. Manhattan?
5 boroughs. That's what I thought. I think I've heard the expression the 5 boroughs before.
Yeah, there is.
There are,
Kingsborough.
it's Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Staten Island.
Staten Island.
Staten Island gets to be a borough, but Long Island just has to.
Yeah. But you know what? Brooklyn is on Long Island.
Is it?
Yes.
Queens is 5. So the point is, the 5 quadrants of Portland should be called the 5 boroughs of Portland, thereby bypassing the need for there to be, the 5 quadrants of some other kind of strange word. In your head, fools suck their old ancestors' nipples. It's not what you need in the hoods of life killers. That's Steve Irwin. Thanks, Show Media, for that helpful contribution. Man, Staten Island is not a place here, Lamb. If somebody asked you where you lived in New York and you wanted to confuse them, you could say, I live in Manstaten Island.
Manstaten Island. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I should take that. I will.
Yeah. I live on Staten Island, just near the Tribeca, just past the George Washington Bridge, just near the Lincoln Tunnel.
I'd love to see them on a map.
I'm sure such a place is impossible. Can such a place be that you're right near the entrance of the Lincoln Tunnel, also right next to the entrance to the George Washington Bridge, and additionally, right by the Tribeca?
No.
Probably not. Of course, wherever you are
Might
in New
be a
York,
midpoint.
yeah, it could be, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the Lower East Side. Um, you know, pretty close to the OTP, OTB. There's obviously a bodega right here, but that's not going to give you any information. And near those brownstones in East Harlem, I think it is, kind of near the Soho area, kind of right by Staten Island. That's where I am in New York.
Wow.
Is that clear for everybody? No. If people actually know New York, they're going to be like, I have no idea where you could possibly be talking about being. That makes no sense. But if you're not from New York, you might go, ooh,
Good
you
night,
sound like you
Elaine.
really know a lot about New York.
You do know a lot about New York.
Yeah. I know enough to know that crime often happens at the off-track betting. Stay away from there. Homicide frequently has to go down there. I know enough to know that in New York, when you're walking down the sidewalk talking about a murder, it's the best time to stop and get a pretzel. There'll be one handy. You can also get a hot dog potentially from a guy on the street.
Mm-hmm.
One of those two things needs to
Roasted
occur.
nuts too, they're pretty good.
Yeah, or those, yeah, sure. Any of those things provides a nice midpoint in your conversation about a murder. Right?
Definitely a coffee.
Maybe a guy leaning out of a truck trying to give the detectives their change, and the detective waves it out. Briscoe, keep it. Doesn't say anything, just waves it out. That's the kind of activity one does in New York. You walk down the street, you talk about murders, you go to the bodega, you interview people at the off-track betting, you head downtown by the subway. This hour, it's going to be a nightmare. Cabs know better. It's gridlocked out there, So might as well go ahead and get a slice at your local New York, one slice at a time pizza store. These are things you know about New York from watching Law and Order. If there's a girl in a prep school uniform from a rich prep school, she's got no business being down here in Harlem, in Spanish Harlem, okay? Trouble's afoot. It may be that we're just seeing her body already. She's already dead. I don't know what a girl like that would be doing up here in Spanish Harlem. Bum, bum, bum. Law and Order is fantastic. Yeah, I seen her hanging around. They call him Little Clowny. I told her, girl, that boy is no good. I hope she's okay. And that just straight from a Law and Order scene.
It is. You did
Yeah.
so well.
I could be the friend of the disappeared girl who they're on the case of now because the murder led them to also uncover the story of this disappeared girl. Because it always got to start with a murder, you know. Or at least a body. I mean, like that. Who is your queen, Rachel? Did you have make baby like babies with her? She make womb home for baby child? No, last I checked, except for me. I'm her baby child.
Mm-hmm.
Not her fault that she gave birth to a baby pig like me.
I love it.
Mmm. You know what I love, in addition to you, Rachel? This cup of noodles.
Oh, I'm so glad.
This cup of noodles is so good, it's almost getting me to abandon my plans to open the cup of poodles business.
Oh, wow.
Kids out of this world. I just like my lady. And my kids are cool. Don't know if they're not my children, but I like my lady. Well, Steve Irwin, you voiced the inner monologue of every man in human history who has fathered a child. Sounds like you got a big bad.
I know.
Go on. If I was your woman, Stephen, I'd siphon your wealth and dip. Well, that would make you a pretty bad person, Fly Guy. Just having a vagina doesn't excuse that behavior. Ice-T's on special victims units. Okay? Ice-T is on Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Now, there are a variety of Law and Order spinoffs, but the original Law and Order, the OG Law and Order, ended in 2012 or something like that. Surprisingly long time ago. It's still the best one. I can't watch those special victims ones. It's too depressing, you know. Too dark. I don't want to watch all that dark shit with my eyes. It makes me sad and feel bad. So I've not watched really the Ice-T ones.
That version, the Honor SUV, like gets parodied a lot.
Except I should point out, Rachel, that it's not Law and Order SUV.
SVU.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would be Law and Order Sports Utility Vehicle. That would be a preferable concept, I think, really.
Yeah.
And see just Law and Order people going around in SUVs.
Yeah. But I like Law and Order. It's very rewatchable.
Yeah. And John Mulaney jokes about it got me paying a lot more attention to the various tropes in the show.
Oh.
A lot of funny shit that gets repeated in Law and Order episodes that like I could act out a scene and you instantly be able to tell me the show without just. So let me get this straight. He shoots 2 men in cold blood, and he's gonna walk on man 2. I'm picturing like the lady talking to Jack McCoy, being outraged, and Jack saying like, "That's the profession we're dealing with. Yeah, this is the job we do. I don't think we can get a conviction. You want to try him for man 1? You try him." You know?
Yes, that was so good.
Well, that's a good rule of thumb to have, like by and large. I mean, you're not going to go terribly wrong with that rule of thumb.
What's that?
If it's not drawings of Japanese children with superpowers, I won't watch it. Which would be a great shirt for me.
That would
It's a
be
lot of
great.
words, but it's a great shirt for me.
That is a great shirt for you.
I guess you could put like. There's no better way to put it than you put it right there. I don't know. You can't abbreviate it any longer than that. That could be my Facebook like tag thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The thing is, it's not, to be perfectly honest though, it's not just Japanese children with superpowers, okay? It's a lot of Japanese like salarymen, 35-year-olds, or otakus like late 20s, virgin, die a virgin. I can't believe I'm dying a virgin. I wasted my life. Oh, what? On resurrected? On a sexy guy? A world of cat people with ladies that have pointy ears and say, "Meow." And me. Oh my God, how fortunate. And they all want my dick? I can't believe how fortunate indeed.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I want to continue watching the one where you said that the guy's INFJ.
Oh, Classroom of the Elite. Yeah, well, we should watch that. We should both try to watch that from season 1. I don't remember it particularly. Seasons 1 and 2. Season 3 is great, but it's a interesting show because it's very good. I'm entertained by it. They've got a lot of intrigue and suspense, but there's zero superpowers or anything in it.
Yeah.
It's just like high school politics.
Yeah.
You've got to really be kicking all kinds of ass of the show, if you've got me sucked in, excited to see the next episode, and it's only about high school politics, like Class A, Class B, Class C, they're competing against each other. It's kind of structured in this private school, ultra competitive, high stakes environment, so that you know getting expelled like is the worst thing that can happen, and this the students are somewhat empowered to see to it, to impact how much of a chance somebody has of getting expelled or otherwise leaving the school or whatever. So that's as high stakes and as like contra reality as it gets. It's just the rules of the school aren't very realistic, but I love it. It's a great show anyway. I don't normally like that kind of stuff, but that one is just. I can think right now of exactly what's going on in the plot, and I'm like, oh, when does that one come on? Anyway, I love that show. Carrot really does have that manipulative Effie pretending not to know my zodiac sign. I mean, I am not entirely sure what Rachel's zodiac sign, except she is, I do know, a sea goat. I think it's Capricorn is what correlates with sea goat. But
You're right.
okay, but see, it doesn't make sense that Capricorn should be in sea goat.
I agree. Why do you think that?
Because corn is like unicorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and a goat has horns. Okay, fine. But capri, it's like Greek, medium length pants, something like that.
Yeah.
Mediterranean. So it's like Greek unicorn. How does that equal sea goat? It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's not like the constellation looks like a goat, sea goat, or anything like that.
It could just be Greek corn. Forget the uni part.
Hmm.
Just what does corn grown in Greece look like? What do the Greek call corn? Greeks call corn. Maybe in Greek, a man's corn refers to his penis. In which case, Capricorns, instead of being sea goats, are Greek penises. And you'd probably rather be a sea goat. I'm not sure, anyway, why Capricorn is a sea goat.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and find a website that has like what the changes would be if they added a 13 constellation. I'll see if yours would change. Because not all of them change.
Okay.
And then you tell me which one you.
Fine, but I still want an explanation of why the sea has goats.
It doesn't. It's the worst sign.
Goats are meant to be on mountains with their little feet holding on to little ledges, eating very land-based plants.
Yes, and honestly, like they already have the ram, so like why a goat?
Well, I mean, the point is, what would a goat eat at sea? What would its advantage be?
It wouldn't be.
It had nothing tall to stand on at all.
No, it doesn't.
It's not a good swimmer. Even if you imagine that, like, let's Let's make it like mermaidish, right? Like the back of it into a fish. I still have to wonder why in the world is there a goat in the sea? You know? I'm just saying, I'm not saying goats aren't cute, Lou. I think goats are wonderful. I think land is where goats belong. Right? So there's already a ram.
There is.
Is he
Good
allowed
point.
to
Why
stay
have a
on
goat?
land? Is he allowed to stay on land?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just a goat.
So why does the goat
mean,
have to
a
go in the
ram.
ocean? Just to differentiate him from the
why?
ram? I think the goat's getting a rough deal here. Sea goat. Since when does such a thing exist? I don't think that. I think that's a recent concoction. It can't possibly be that ancient peoples referred to the constellation in the sky like, what does that one look like? Ooh, sea goat? No, I'm sorry. That there's no way anybody would say that looks exactly like a sea goat. Because obviously goats don't go in the sea. Goats could not make any less sense as an ocean going creature than a goat, you know?
So you would be an Aries if Officius was implemented into the zodiacs.
I'd be a what?
Aries, which is the ram.
I see. Do you think well, what's Taurus, the bull?
Yeah.
How are the rams and the bulls different?
I'll get them.
Aren't they both, don't they like pushing their heads into things?
Yeah, they do.
Isn't that the story about Taurus as well?
Yeah. They have the bull, like, I don't know. Yeah, they do. They do have the same Aries characteristics.
You know, it's like they have things you could say, okay, well, lobsters are the, insects, giant insects of the sea. Okay, it makes some sense, right? So you can see a corollary there. You might say, uh, like, sharks are the cheetahs of the sea because they employ speed in catching their prey. You can't even conceive of something that could be the goat of the sea because there's not mountains underneath the water for them to climb on top
No,
of.
trust me.
It makes no sense.
I don't. Okay. So if you were an Aries, these are the personality traits: confident, impulsive, passionate, competitive, impatient, independent, bold, courageous, adventurous, brave, demanding, determined, energetic, high energy, honest, selfishness.
On all those things and more.
Yes, you are. Thanks for humoring me.
Now, what about Taurus? Because if it sounds worse, I'm changing astrology signs right now.
Stubborn and sensual, the pleasure seeker, the fixed earth sign, resolute character, pragmatism, patience, love of luxury, loyal, heartfelt, loving, soothing to be around. They're your favorite chef, Netflix, and chill companion, date to a concert, or friend you can rely on.
Well, I'm also all of those things. So maybe I'm a Taurus and half Taurus, half Aries, all man. It could be that. I want to be able to be an astrological jumper. You know, I'm a Taurus, but sometimes my birthday changes and I'm a Virgo.
Trans.
No, I'm a jumper.
Oh, jumper zodiac.
I'm a zodiac jumper.
Zodiac jumper.
Yeah. I look a lot like a Virgo, but that's because I'm a Taurus jumper. Sometimes I'm even a Taurus, Virgo, Scorpio jumper. I'll cycle between 3 different birthdays. Sometimes all in the same month. One year I was Sagittarius for like 360 days. And then abruptly, the last 5 days, I turned Leo. God, that woman. Yelling at her freaking children. It's like, I don't care if you're loud. Don't be loud in a depressing way. I mean, I do care if you're loud, but what I'm saying is, I wish you were loud in a more happy way. Less bad at parenting way. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I could yell at her instead of yelling at her children. I suspect that wouldn't do much good. Who knows, it might even do good, but at what cost? The cost of disrupting the current equilibrium where everyone just doesn't say anything about it. I mean, they make a concerted effort to not come into contact with others. They've got the trespassers will be shot sign at the end of the driveway, which is charming, you know. It's good. It's like if I'm that guy's uncle or whatever, I get invited over, we're gonna be like, "Are you sure I have permission to enter this property? I don't want you to shoot me now." I guess it serves to keep the delivery trucks out. I don't think any delivery truck would attempt to drive up that crazy driveway there. Clearly a driveway put in before current grading codes. I don't think that driveway would be legal now, up to code or whatever. But you know, old shit that was done not up to code before gets grandfathered in as it should be, and you know, good for them. Good for them and the shitty road. But bad for them bad for her for yelling at her children all the time. It's like, will there come a day when Sierra is old enough that I stop hearing Sierra? It's like, you're kind of ruining the name of my favorite mountain range. You make me absolutely not want to get a GMC Sierra truck anymore. Every time I get in it, I yell at it, Sierra! You're not being a truck properly somehow. Well, I'm sorry, lady. If you don't want me to talk shit, don't scream at the top of your lungs all the time. It's fucking, you know, an imposition of unpleasantness into my world. Like, I bet if I was wearing this at the dinner table, you'd yell at me, ah! Take it off of your head! Like, fuck you, horrible woman. Anyway, enough about that horrible woman. This live stream has stretched on amply long enough. I think we can safely call it a wrap without leaving anybody unsatiated for Eric. Cusp aren't real. Real astrologers agree. Ah, yes.
I'm an astrologer.
Well, if you don't agree the cusps aren't real, Rachel, then you're a fake astrologer, according to Hero Lamb.
I guess I have to come to terms with that.
I guess so, yeah. I can check the Library of Congress
Mm-hmm.
for the list of real astrologers, but I'm pretty. Get ready for the fact that your name's probably not on
Should be for all the fucking years I put into it.
it.
Bye, Luminix.
Bye, Lou. Bye, Hero Lamb. Bye, Fly Guy. Bye, anybody else still here, including Steve Irwin, who I believe is still here and still making astonishingly good sense. Good night, good luck, and we love you all.
Meow.